And here we are. Wow. Hey, Tree Goblin, how's your weekend going? Hope you have Memorial Day off. Of course, you're over there in the UK, so it's a shame about Rosie's full middle breakdown on 3 different streams. Oh, well. Yeah, I'll have to go back and look at his shorter stream that he did. He's something else. Yeah, for sure. One of a kind. Yeah, I just got done with the show offs, had to bow out, we got to see Smirk the alien, though, didn't we? I think that's the first time I've ever seen Smirk. Was on Vic King's early this morning, late last night. This kind of reminiscent of Smirk, a little alien I've got, a little character. I don't know if I've shown him before yet or not, but there he is. Got a little wind-up Godzilla here, although he's in blue. Show you here in a minute. We're going to finish box 2 today, and hopefully we'll get some more people pile in here. And, I was featuring some John Buscema artwork on the show-offs on Pop's channel, and I can share some of that stuff again. I think, hey, Blue Sasquatch, number 22. It's good to see you. I hope your Memorial Day weekend's going great. Yeah, you just wind him up. And if I can get a hold of him without, he hasn't got much of a tail. Works his mouth, his hands, his legs, crawls across there. Pretty neat. Sort of a blue Barney type thing. I don't even remember where I picked him up at or Smirk the alien. But yeah, I wasn't sure if I shown those or not. But I'm going to. Oh, you are. Well, there'll be a lot of people. There'll be a lot of people traveling this weekend. Yeah, you're having 3 bank holidays this weekend on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen. That's cool. Yeah, enjoy her while you have her. She's in her 90s now, right? Don't know what this goes to, but this has got like a little track here that folds out, and like a trebuchet or something, like a ejecting thing. I don't know. And I don't know exactly. I think you load this up and then fire it, because this is like spring loaded. Maybe like a trap. I don't know. It's posable, sort of robot man type thing. I think I may have picked him up at some there. Oh, there you go. That's quite violent. Just position him, and then you want to launch the little basket there, and then that'll turn the guy apparently. Chong, yeah, knock you out. So yeah, and I've been meaning to show these POGs. I have quite a few POGs that I bought when these were like on the markdown. This is from the official licensed product of the World POG Federation. Of course, their little hairy hippie guy on the card with just invest in the best. It says 7 authentic POG milk caps and 1 WPF World POG Federation. Kenny, I don't know. Slam on me, he says up there in the dialogue balloon, but KINI. So whatever that is, I'm used to a slammer, but they call it one. You get 1 World POG Federation Kenny, I suppose. So picked those up for $1 back in 1995. Love the little guy there, and I've shown. I did have his hat over there. Have a hat or two with him on there. Here's another one of those that have 7 in there. So maybe I won't get, much duplicates. I just kept these on the cards. And I have a POG maker. I've shown that before, where you can make your own POGs. And it's got the same background as pictured here. Official POG maker. Marvel got into making POGs too. I picked these up on sale for $1. This is Ghost Rider. Nice Ghost Rider embossed Vengeance Slammer, as they call it, and plus 6 skull caps. So they each have a little skull over there. This looks like maybe one of the Kubert brothers that were drawing at the time. He's kind of upside down on the slammer. I think you can see the skull there, though. Turn him around and position him right. Slammers are quite nice because they're made out of metal, but all that for $1. So you get 1 Vengeance Slammer, very nice, with Ghost Rider on there, and then 6 skull caps, what they call skull caps, all POGs. Skull Fire Pack, it says. These are also from 1995. All these POGs that I'm showing today came out for 1995. This has Venom on the slammer, Epic Boot Battle Leg. I wanted to say bootleg. Venom Spider-Man. Yeah, Symbiotic Slammer. And 6 skull caps. So they're still calling them skull caps. Here it says Hero Caps, Venom Pack from. And this I can tell by the artwork and the logo that this was from in conjunction with the cartoon that was the Spider-Man cartoon that was being shown at the time. And then I have to probably turn him for you to get a look at Venom. Let's see if I turn him right. Yeah. Turn him. These seem to be upside down, but and I would say that Venom drawn there is probably, it could be Eric Larson artwork. But I was also thinking maybe Mark Bagley. But now I was reminded recently, and these were put out by Toy Biz Toys, these caps. So apparently I must have visited. And this has the same Venom Slammer, but some more. Here's Morbius in the middle there. Of course, there's other caps underneath there. It would be, I guess, two to make six skull caps. Um, so Doctor Octopus and Venom there, and Morbius. Of course, Morbius movie just came out. Uh, same symbiotic slammer. I'm sorry I didn't get any different, and Morbius is over here on that one. So I probably have some that are, and the plastic's kind of yellowed over time. I mean, 95, shoot, they're almost coming up on 30 years old. I mean, it won't be a few years. These will be 30 years old. Um, Here's the Jackal. Now, he was one of the first. He was in the first Amazing Spider-Man comic that I ever had. Now, this one has a different slammer. It has Spider-Man shooting his web out. Very nice. I'll show you that. I think you can see that with the Spidey sense going off. And then Jackal there in the middle with the Rhino. And who's the other one? Beetle. They have a skull, sort of superimposed on these. Yeah, it's the Beetle. It's kind of hard to tell because that skull kind of interferes with the artwork. And then we have X-Men with the Beast. They call these on here flat slammer. 6 hero caps. It's the hero pack. I'm trying to see who is on the. It's almost looks like Mephisto, and he's not really a X-Men villain. Let's see if I can tell. It's so deeply imprinted. It it does look like Mephisto to me. Now this has the sort of doppelganger beast on here as well with the teeth on that one. And then there's a good look at that. Does look like Mephisto maybe, but on the slammer, but I can't be sure. And then the beast here, and you have Bishop there in the middle. X-Men hero caps, all POGs. Hey, Shadowhawk. Yeah, and I forgot to drop the link. He reminded me to drop the link. So let me grab the link and I'll stick that in there. And I know he said he was going to come on. And everybody else is welcome too. If you want to come on, there's the link. Showing off some POGs right now. Here's from 1995. Now this has Magneto and is really nice. Slammer. Adamantium slammer, it says here. So I have yet to have this tested to see if it's actual adamantium, which of course is a fictitious metal. But another recipient of adamantium is on one of the skull caps, Omega Red, because I believe his cables that he has, the devastating cables, are adamantium. And I don't know about Archangel's wings. What I don't know if that's been explored. What kind of metal that is. Again, these are skull caps, and why they superimpose the skull over the artwork on these, I don't know. Maybe they thought it would be cool, but that really is a neat Magneto slammer there. And Omega Red, I see we have a Shadowhawk Backs. And how are you, sir?
Good, good. Hail the chat. How you doing today, Rick?
Hail the chat. Always hail the chat. That's right. Oh, I'm doing great. I mean, this weekend, I'm probably not going to grill like you are, but I do have a piece of barbecue chicken that's already done for me. So I'll probably have that later. So I'm going to have my barbecue today. I'm just not going to grill.
Very nice. Yeah, that's why I
Yeah.
was a few minutes late jumping in. I was getting stuff ready to go for a little bit later.
Yeah. Now, do you marinate?
Actually, I found a little carniceria down the road from me where I get pre-marinated fajita meat,
Okay.
and it's a
So
little.
you just buy it pre-marinated.
Yeah, it's a little pricey right now, with it, like everything, but
Hmm.
well worth it in my estimation.
Believe it or not, I collect barbecue sauce. I have a ton of barbecue sauce, different types. Um, I have a closet full, like a top shelf, and I probably have way too many. It'll take me years to go through it, but um, yeah, I really like the bullseye barbecue sauce. I don't know if you've tried that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the bullseye barbecue sauce.
Yeah, and then they have like honey and other flavors, right? I mean, it's not, but I like the
Yeah, yeah,
original. Yeah.
yeah. I like the original. I like the spicy one. It's pretty good as well.
Yeah, I can't do spicy. Spicy messes with me. I just can't do spicy anything. One
Yeah.
time I had some baked beans, and they didn't say that it had jalapenos in there, but it had finely diced jalapenos, and it was only the last two bites that I tasted any of the pepper, and it blistered the inside of my mouth for 3 days.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're like you get it like a water bubble.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's what it did to my inside of my lip, and everything. And
Wow,
just that little bit of jalapeno. I can't do hot stuff.
that's a pretty extreme reaction. I don't think I'd want to mess with that either.
Yeah, yeah, I might. You never know. I might be allergic.
That's
Probably
possible.
not.
That's
It
what I'm
was
thinking.
probably
I mean,
just
that's
sensitive palate.
yeah.
Tree Goblin says, Shadowhawk, you started rising on a downward spiral earlier. Laugh out loud.
Oh shoot.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I got real hairy after you left. Finatra came on there, and just it was
Oh
pretty
god.
wild.
I didn't really mean to get into it with Risey like that. I tried to
Yeah.
be respectful of other
Well,
people's families.
Carol's cookies kind of got onto you, but didn't really get on to Finatra when he came in there and talking smack. But I mean, really, they go at it hard. I mean, like they want to, f you and just tear each other apart, and but then at the end of the day, they shake hands and they're like, "I love you, bro." So
Right.
yeah,
Right.
it's a love hate relationship, I guess you could say.
Yeah. Well, Risey and I will go way back in EBS chats, and
Uh huh.
there was a time when we could go at it pretty hard in the chat, and now that I'm talking to people and streaming and stuff, I'm trying not to be too rough in the chat or anything anymore.
Oh yeah.
So I chose not to you know uh, really even acknowledge Rising was there until
Right.
somebody got started.
Right.
So
Right. Yeah. You got to join in the fun. Today on the show, I showed a bunch of John Buscema stuff. Uh,
oh, awesome! I love John stuff.
yeah, really, you'd either go back and look at that, or we can look at some of it now. Of course, I have. I don't know if you know this. Early on, I did and it might not even reflect. I need to go back and edit and put in there that it's like a 2 hour stream. It was one of my longest first streams, and it was because they said, "Oh, I love Savage Sword of Conan, John Buscema stuff." And I said, "Do you want to see some? I've got a whole stack," which I do. Here's a whole stack of John Buscema original pages, and I have to. Oh, and I didn't even get to this page,
Oh,
but
I'm
this is
jealous
probably,
now.
huh?
Said I'm jealous now.
Oh, you're jealous now. Okay,
Yes,
you
sir.
like that stuff, do you?
Yeah, I don't have any to see my artwork.
Well, you would die to know what I gave for these. I mean, it was cheap, brother. It was cheap back in the
Wow.
day. This is a splash page of Conan on a horse
Oh yeah, look at that.
coming in. Look at the faces in the foreground. Just all roughed in, you
Nice.
know. And then it's neat to compare. I had to put this canvas here uh, to show it off because it's so sheer a paper. That's not a very good way to show it with the light shining through.
Right.
But that's one of my favorites. To to be able to get that one epic shot of him just riding in, and then the expressions of the people's faces there in the town, and one of the few splash pages that I was able to get. Probably
Yeah.
one of my favorite out of all these. But see, he would do a preliminary drawing like this, and then he would put it on his light box, and then he would do the original, page from there.
Oh,
But he would first do those preliminary drawings.
that's a classic pose too. I love that. That's just great.
Oh yeah, I mean his horses, and the first page that I got was given to me from my friend in Tennessee, and it was a horse, early one, preliminary signed. This one's signed by him, and you can see there at his face that he had a couple face poses. The limbs he wasn't quite sure about, so he was trying to work it out exactly how he wanted the horse posed.
Right.
Yeah. So quite nice stuff. And then
Hey, Lorenzo, I saw you in the chat there, buddy.
I think I showed you this the other day, his Bucky, that was half inked and half penciled there, signed by him. And I have a Conan head that's just a Conan head about this big. Sadly, I'm not showing it today, but I've got to find it where it is. But it's just Conan, and he's inked, and it's about that big. And for some reason, he did these things on like large sheets like this, and then he would chop them up and sign them like he did this one. I don't know why he did that, but here's some more examples
save
of
on
that.
paper. I don't know.
I mean, there's probably Conan, just kind of gestural drawing.
Yeah.
That signed, and even here you can tell it was folded at one time. Not a lot of love on these things, but I guess later in life, I don't know. Maybe his art dealer said, "Chop these things up into small drawings and sign them, and we'll sell them." I don't know what his reasoning was on that.
Yeah, don't know, but still,
like here's a cowboy. It was, and there's another drawing that was kind of cut off up top, and then just some of his gestural stuff, probably Conan, the back of him with arm studies, other figure, gestural stuff, and he signed that. And then here's an oddly cut piece of just a figure that he signed. You can tell how he just oddly cut around some of the drawings and cut into certain others, So it's pretty wild. I've not seen that out of any other artist. Here's a few sketches that he did. He would do portraits of people in different poses, and this one always hilarious to me because it looks like the man on a sidewalk there, but it looks like he's urinating.
It does
just from the lines. Yeah. But this was like cut off of a larger page. I don't know what his thinking was on that, but he didn't sign everything, but he did sign a lot of them, just oddly cut. Right. It's kind of wild.
Hey everybody, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to cut out for a little bit. I'll pop back in if you're still on, right?
Okay. Yeah, I'll be going for a good little bit. Thanks for coming on.
No problem.
John Buscema began the sketch card craze. Yeah, maybe he did. Yeah, Conan head. Yes. Yeah, I've shown that. So you just have to find it in, some of my old stuff. Of course, I showed, on the show-offs, his last work that Gil Kane did, and we'll be featuring Gil Kane on the show-offs next week. So I've got to put up all this Buscema stuff and get the Conan stuff out now. I mean, the Gil Kane stuff out. But this Superman Blood of My Ancestors shot was started by Gil Kane. This is a Kevin Nolan cover, but he had to finish up the project because Gil Kane passed away, and then John Buscema came on, and then he passed away, and then Kevin Nolan finished up the project and did this uh, from. Oh, did I bury the stuff? Probably so, because I did show some of this, not all. Like this page wasn't shown on Pops or that splash page. I didn't show the Mighty Marvel convention thing, which I've shown before. A little, and it has a little silver write up on it. Marvel Convention Program 1975. In the mid 1970s, Marvel hosted a couple of its own comic conventions in New York City. They were uh, a success, but too much trouble to continue. In this miniature version of the program book is how to is a how-to primer on Marvel scripting of the 1970s, and on the back it has the Hulk here on a sitting on the back of a caboose. Sadly, that's kind of in the way, but um, that's fine. I may have to reboard and bag that, but this is to size, so I'm kind of keeping it in that. Um, but I was working on page 2 or box 2. I didn't know it, but when I flipped the box around, it said file box 2 on it, so I didn't see that. So yesterday we ran through some interesting books, just a mixture of books, and we ended on an Ethan Van Sciver Marvel book that he did in I believe 1999. Yeah, because he's got it dated 1999. Um, Heroes Reborn, The Remnants. Doesn't really scream Ethan Van Sciver to me, but it is Ethan Van Sciver. He shortly worked for Marvel and then went over to work for DC for 26 years, I believe it was. So, glad to have an example of his Marvel work. But that's where we ended off yesterday. Hello. How are you? It's good to have you in here. I hope you have a wrench. Does this person have a wrench? I guess I need to check YouTube, huh? Check my own stream. I always like to see that everybody has a wrench so that they can share. Yeah, you have a lynch. A lynch. Yeah, whoops. Have to mute that if I open it up. So here we go. Good to see you, Chucky Lee. Super Friends, number 17, only 40 cents. This is this has a Ramona Fradon cover, and I've shown on here before. I was surprised I'd forgotten I bought it. An Aquaman page that was drawn by her, and I treasure that thing because Ramona Fradon was kind of like Marie Severin, one of the few female artists in comics. And Bob Smith cover. This actually has the Time Trapper appears in this issue from the Legion of Superheroes, the Time Trapper. I actually looked that up on eBay. Here's a Superman movie contest. Now only 40 cents. So we're going to talk late 70s here. And the first few issues of Super Friends had, the original couple and crew, but now this has Zan and Jason and Gleep the monkey that came on later, fairly quickly. They replaced the original Marv and the dog and everything. This is Dreamsmith Studios book, and I think they did 2 of these. I've had both. This is one wonderful cover. I want to say George Perez artwork, but I'm not sure about that. But yeah, this could be at least George Perez inked. Maybe drawn. I don't know. I really want to say George Perez, but it may be a George Perez knockoff artist. I'm just not really sure about that. I need to look this up, but very, very reminiscent of George Perez. Hope that can focus good for you. But book, and I think they came out with a couple of them. I think I have both of them, just not in the same box here. Chucky Lee says, I remember the cartoon. Yeah, yeah. That was about the only thing I can remember good about 70s. Although I know they came out with a lot. I've actually been watching Filmation's Isis, and she came out before Wonder Woman or Bionic Woman. Really, she was the first live action female superhero. This is Ron Wilson and Wycheck on the inks, with Man Thing and the Thing, plus Ben Grimm fighting side by side with Sergeant Fury and the Howling Commandos. All this and World War II, it says. So back in World War II, of course, that was part of his story. Now, this is a direct one, has the diamond. And during this time, that's kind of what you want to collect, not the newsstand, because the newsstand was a little bit more common than finding this Marvel 2-in-1 at the time in, which would have been 1981, would have been a little bit more scarce to find this in a comic book shop. Of course, I don't know who did the Man Thing here. Maybe Gil Kane, which we're going to feature next week on the show offs. I've been chomping at the bits to get to him. But now the Thing had here is done by George Perez from his Fantastic Four days. Now this is I love this. This is one of my favorite Shazam covers. 25 center, about the time I started collecting. Although this might be fairly prior to that. It wasn't long after that it switched to 30 cents. So I kind of got the tail end of the quarter, and then it jumped. And I said, yeah, getting expensive. Bob Ostner cover. Yeah. Holding the frog hostage. Yes. Of course, he crossed over with Isis on her program and had an action, Filmation, Saturday's newest TV star. He was, this was kind of reintroduced him into the comics and reintroduced him, on TV. It was a great boon to that. John Burns, 2112. So we've already passed that, but so Techno square, kind of a thick square bound. Techno and dinosaurs there. And getting back to the POGs, here's X-Men, one Fat Slammer, and 6 hero caps. Trying to make out what's on the slammer. I'm not really sure. It's kind of hard to tell sometimes with the design, and then which way is it turned and whatnot. I think some of them came out clearer than others. I can't really tell you who this is. I think I see a hand there, but I don't know. I have Magneto here in the middle. But I'm not sure who's on the slammer, exactly which way to tilt that to, tell exactly what it is. Now this one's kind of different because it's in red, and you can tell this is Wolverine. Turn that one upside down because it kind of turned around there. I think I have a couple of these where Wolverine there's, or Logan rather's in the, and I guess this is the Blob here in the middle. These tended to get turned upside down, or that's the way they packaged them, upside down. So go figure. All these from 1999. This one has a red Logan again. I always liked this character that had like the energized whip. You can see how that's kind of yellowed over time, the plastic. And then just turn this upside down. You have a nice saber tooth right here in the middle, I believe, with his hair kind of back in a ponytail, if that'll focus. And Jubilee over there on the other side with the sparkles. Jubilee was quite popular to team up with Logan during that time. I need a Beast Slammer. That's what I need. And I think this is. I guess this could be the Beast. Um, the hair of Logan and the Beast are kind of similar, so I'm kind of skeptical. But yeah, I do believe this is the Beast Slammer. I think that's the Beast. Is that Logan in blue, or blue is definitely Hank McCoy's color, and kind of a nose, mouthless face, no nose, Iceman there. Wolverine, and then there's Chamber with all that energy around his mouth. Um, I'm not sure who that is that Logan's trying to fight. Really, uh, kind of exaggerated, Mojo looking character. Now this one's in red too. Um, I don't know if that's a mega red, or I'm not even sure how this. It's not very clear on some of these. The design gets too busy, really. Um, don't know what they were trying to do. This looks like, and it may be even signed here. I'll have to check. Uh, yeah, Ringo. Where Ringo? Of course, he's passed away now. Worked on the Fantastic Four, but he did this Rogue Pog there. You can kind of tell by his style. And there's a nice cable slammer. And I'm not sure about this slammer here in the middle, exactly what's depicted on it. It's pretty sad that some of those got pretty busy. Let's see, who's that? This is Cable here. Maybe you could see it if I turn it upside right. Silver Slammers are really nice. This is again the Magneto one, very nicely done. Easily, why couldn't they all be that way? Easily depicted, you know. Uh, Little Jean Grey there, but now they put these, skull caps. They put, I guess that was part of the game. They superimposed this skull over everything, like um, Magneto there. So you almost get like a Marvel zombie vibe off of it. Chucky says, I was old for POGS. I probably was 20 years old with my first born son, Joshua. Yeah, I was too. I was older. But, for $1 markdown, I kind of got into POGS, just collecting them, not playing. They probably came out probably 1984. Actually, these are dated 1995. All these that I'm showing today. So you weren't uh, too far off. Hey, Tarks, good to see you in here. Pad spell check changes. What a spelling at the last minute. Yeah, don't you hate that? I do. I hate that. Uh, when the device tries to correct you, you know what you want to say. I don't know what's on this slammer. It looks like a face, but then looks like it may have a character, straight up there. I can't tell really. In the middle here is Skin. Remember Skin? And Wolverine, of course, over here. And that may be another where Ringo. Yeah, he would just sign it Ringo. Of course, sadly, he's passed away now. Really liked his Fantastic Four stuff. But those slammers, I just don't, what is that? I don't know. Nice skin though, there in the middle. Nice skin pog. And last but not least, I have one more here. So I really scored getting these for $1. Has Cyron. He can hypnotize you. Um, Again, on the slammer, I don't know what they're trying to show. Uh, turn it, look. I think I know, maybe a shadowed like character almost looks like the Punisher to me, but I don't think the Punisher would be on the X-Men. I can't really tell what that is, but Sauron there, the dinosaur, and then there's the one with the whip again. But these are a lot of fun to collect. But we still have Sir Ringo from the Beatles. That's true. He is still with us. Spawn, 20th anniversary issue, number 220 of Spawn. Todd McFarlane cover. Of course, this is after Eric Larson's Savage Dragon number 1. Intense action from Todd McFarlane, the savage Spawn, as opposed to the savage Savage Dragon by Eric Larson. But that is an homage to Savage Dragon number 1, done by Todd McFarlane. And the same issue, but a different cover that came out. Often they would offer more than one cover. He's actually saying shit here on the cover, although that's kind of disguised, by Todd McFarlane as well. And there was a Amazing Fantasy number 15. I think you can kind of see that dialogue there. SH and then a couple symbols there. But he did Amazing Spider-Man 15, and I have it. There was 4 or 5 covers that they did for this issue, all done by Todd McFarlane. I think I have most of them, if not all of them. Here's Warriors of Plasma. Remember that? This is number 2. This is from Defiant Comics. That I actually have some of these of issue 1 anyway signed. This is issue 2. This was hot for a minute, and now kind of in the back issue bins. Jim Shooter was writing this, started Defiant after he left Valiant Comics. This is a Frank Frazetta cover, Jaguar God number 7. I tried to pick up every one of these I could find because the covers were so stunning, and the characters so interesting looking. This came out from Glenn Dzing, I guess you'd say. Jaguar God, there's number 7. Sadly, I think that's the only one of these I have in the box, but I had to look up, make sure that was Frank Frazetta cover. This is Ultimate Mystery number 1 for Marvel Comics. A Campbell cover. Of course, he's become very, very popular doing covers, and did a lot of Cross Gen 13 back in the day. I actually bought this Batman because I thought I might have a production. It might be the comic to help me identify it, because it dealt with Batman saving a child from a burning building, and with fire department and all there. This is Rich Buckler and Dick Araggiano, Batman number 347. Sadly, this was not the book, but I got the book at least. At least I got this great copy. It did not match up, and I later did identify what that came from. I can't remember exactly, but I thought this might be the issue, and that's why I bought this, to try and identify a piece of production artwork that I had. So I would not have that issue had I not been searching. And I've uh, uh, picked up a lot of comics trying to identify and match it up with artwork. Here's Charlton Comics, number 32, a 35 center. Baron Werewolf's Haunted Library, number 32. This came out in 1977, the year Star Wars came out. There's your lizard representation for this stream. Of course, we always have lizard representation somewhere. Just saying. Or I have a plushy Godzilla right up there with gorilla hands. Kind of wild. His eyes light up and he walks, and I have to change the batteries out, but it's pretty cool. All new I Love You from 1976. I Love You number 117. This is a Capello cover. I don't have a bunch of romance comics, but I've got a few. And this is one of them. And I would say a bunch of them happen to be Charlton. Nice. I love 70s and 80s comics. Yeah, I do too. Here's all new Secret Romance from 1976, number 37. I've got some that have like John Buscema romance cover. I did look for a test cover but I may have sold that test cover. I have one romance comic I've shown on here that has a Walt Simonson cover. So that's kind of neat. I think that was a DC book, romance book. All new Just Married 109 from 1976. So a few romance here. Charlton romance comics. And of course, these were geared towards the ladies. Mostly girls read these. Most boys wouldn't be interested in romance, but girls were. Jack Kirby and Joe Simon introduced the romance comic genre. They're the ones that created it. This is from the creators of Flair. This is Hero Graphics. The Adventures of Christy Claus. Yeah, a cover done in 1990. So very nice. Sort of elfish pointed ears. Like that. Holiday themed. Christy Claus. And then I guess this is Flair here. Sort of introducing Christy Claus. So I guess this is her first appearance, maybe. First and only appearance, maybe. And again, if you put this up against, let's say, this Marvel comic, let's see how it compares in size. Well, it's the same width. I'm surprised about that. And a little bit shorter. Yeah. About a half inch. Well, not a half inch, maybe a quarter inch shorter. If you can kind of see there. That Marvel comic there has a little bit more height on it than this. So a little bit same width. And really, I was looking at the width. It didn't look as wide, but I put it up against here and it matches up to this 2001 Space Odyssey from 1977, number 7, Jack Kirby cover, The New Seed. Of course, 2001 being Stanley Kubrick's classic movie. Many, many different interpretations of what that movie is about and trying to depict. So many different theories about what the ending means. Some of John Romita's first comics was romance comics. Romans comics. Yeah, romance. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. It's fun to see lizards on comic book covers. However, that one lizard appeared to have some anger issues. Most definitely. Yeah. Mars Attacks Image, number 3. Of course, you have the Max and Ripclaw and Grifter and Gen 13 on here and Savage Dragon. Just a mashup of the Image characters going against the old Tops Mars Attacks. I mean, the Mars Attacks aliens started, I think, in 1966 on Tops cards. So I'm going to drop the link again in case Shadowhawk comes back here in a little bit. Oh, and I think I just messed that up. So I'll grab another link and maybe that'll. How about my campaign? If you haven't checked out Devil Flyer Black and White Ashcan Edition, please do. I would mucho apreciado if you giving that a look. That'll be up for a little bit longer, and then we'll be taking it down and starting the main mail up campaign for the whole book. I've really been doing some thinking about that. Instead of giving everybody a second issue, I know Lorenzo said, "Well, I want to buy 2 issues of it," and I said, "Well, there's no need. I'm going to give you a copy, and then give you a second copy free." But I'm kind of rethinking that. Instead of giving everybody a second copy, and I've commissioned so much artwork, if I can get some of that commissioned artwork into me, or at least scans sent to my graphic designer, then I think I could probably do sort of like an art, you know, book of characters in little ash can form to go with it. So you'd actually be getting 2 books. So let me know what you think about that idea. Um, and then that artwork can be used other ways too. You know, used again, like for the trading cards. Just because is Vic drawing your comic or what? Vic is drawing 2 stories in there, and he's going to do some of the trading card art, or has done. Uh, he's done. He's helping develop my characters. I've had him do, and my next project after Devil Flyer will be a Vic King Rex Christian, uh, mashup, and um, that will be Silver Boa, and I'm kind of working on that right now in my spare time, just as things come to me. There's a lot of times to work on it. That's not to mean that I'm not working on Devil Flyer, the backup stories, because I am. Um, but I have Devil Flyers done except for being colored. I mean, the main story. Actually, because of the Graves Tale story, which introduces my swamp character, which is probably most developed, you know, I don't know about most developed, but I've done more drawings of him than probably any other character, because I thought actually that would be my first character to do, would be my swamp character, but sadly it's not turned out that way. But I'm glad that he made it into Devil Flyer in the Grave Tale story. But I won't be drawing him. Doc Blaylock will be doing him, and he's working on that right now. That'll probably be at least a 6-page story. So I imagine the 48 pages will be expanded upon. I will. Hey, there's Greg. Good to see you, Greg. I know I showed some books and stuff that you would have really jived on um, earlier. And then, of course, I was showing some John Buscema stuff. Um, Mars Attacks Image number 1. Of course, again, from Gen 13 there. And you even have Shadowhawk down here, and Spawn up there. I like anything with a Spawn appearance because I just think it's collectible. And then Savage Dragon there and other characters. And like I said, Mars Attacks started 1966, I believe it was. Tops card set, and then later it became the Mars Attacks movie, that was based on the card set. That was quite graphic at the time, being people disintegrated down to the bone and all kinds of stuff. It's a classic Topps card set. Here is Mars Attacks image number 2. Little witchblade there. Maul back here. I think that's a Maul. I think that's what that character was named. Uh, Looks like they're fighting giant ants. One of my favorite horror movies, Them. At the end of the day, how many comic titles are you planning to come out with? Oh, well, I mean, right now, Devil Flyer is an anthology that'll be ongoing, and Silver Boa, which for one reason, I want to develop that character more, and Vic really likes that character, and he depicts him just wonderful, and I think he's really a strong IP. I really till he, Vic drew him. I really jived on the character, but really, he helped. I hadn't drawn him. He's more of a recent creation, but then a lot of them are. I mean, probably Sea Demon is the oldest character, and he goes back to 1993, I think, 92 or 93. Some of my characters go way back. Right now, I only have plans for two titles, and that will be Devil Flyer and Silver Boa, and that will be in black and white and sort of film noir. I don't know if I messed this stream link up or not. As far as sharing it, let me drop my link here, and maybe that will correct things. I don't know. To my YouTube channel. And maybe that'll help reset. I think this thing resets after a time. I'm not sure. This may be the link to the stream. I don't know. Coming up. It really takes a lot to produce a comic book, especially if you're paying artists, inkers, I mean, if it's any, and these CG books seem to be, need to be at least 48 pages for people to want to buy in at a higher price. I'm in development for a Conan graphic novel right now. That's cool. I don't know if that StreamYard link is for this one or what, but oh well, apparently it is. Hey, Lorenzo.
Howdy.
Are you feeling any better?
Still feeling kind of under the weather.
Yeah.
That Mars Attack, man, that really caught my attention.
Yeah.
I didn't realize they made a comic.
Yeah, did you see the movie that had wasn't Jack Nicholson in that movie?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember.
Or did you watch? Yeah, that was back in the 80s, wasn't it? When the movie came out?
I just looked, I think it was maybe in the 90s. But it was using like old school stop motion. Yeah, released to States was 96 in the US and the following year in the UK.
Chucky Lee, to answer your question, when are the books expecting to come out? I was shooting for to have everything done on the anthology by October, before the Fans Fest. Actually, I was shooting for the month before October, but it doesn't look like the for Fans Fest is happening, and I am working on with other artists now to help complete it. I really haven't set a date, but I would like the Devil Flyer, the full book, to be out by the end of this year, for sure. But now, colorist, I'm going to have to find a colorist that's quick and can at least do the first main feature in color and do it to my satisfaction. And after working with this last colorist, whew, man, that was a struggle. So, and then the finances have to be there because it really does take thousands and thousands of dollars to deliver a color comic, a fully colored, say 48 pages. And I think with these stories, I'm going to expand more than 48 pages. So yeah, I'm shooting for the last of this year for sure. I always kind of have. I mean, October's not too far off from the very end of the year. Haven't set a firm date yet. Probably when I put the campaign up, I would say probably about when I was considering launching it, but sadly I haven't launched it yet. I was expecting a little bit more optimistically to launch it March 1st. Sadly didn't happen. So probably on the campaign, I'll probably say March 2023 just to make sure. But it will probably be completed by the end of the year. That's what I'm hoping. I know that even a 29-page feature is going to be a lot for a colorist to work on. So, and that takes a little bit of time and to do it right. And of course the finances. And I know this work year is going to be shortened for me, but I think things will kind of even out because, I did kind of have a fender bender and I will be getting that insurance money. At least I think I will be here pretty soon. So that'll kind of offset that month that I've lost due to the season. Season's just now getting started for me. I actually will probably consider getting my CDL license and do that. We'll see how much time that's going to take up. But I think for the financial benefit, I think I can work around that. Well, I really appreciate that. I'll buy your comics when it's time. When time comes, I really appreciate that, Chucky. Most people have not seen the Vic King drawings, and Doc Blaylock is working. Hockey knocked it out of the park on the 2 pages that I had him do. Tank Ferret, once he gets settled, I think he'll do me a 3 or 4 page inner man, however long the dialogue lasts for that. You just basically get an introduction to that character. I think Tank Ferret's style would probably work out good for an introduction to that character. You can go and get alternative books that have some of the first appearances of characters now. I have 7 ads in 5 different alternative books now, picturing Innerman, Sea Demon, and Devil Flyer. So you might want to check those out because those are the first in print appearances of the characters are in the winter campaign of Alterna. Greg says, weird, I'm getting an error message when I follow your StreamYard link. Did you follow the link, Lorenzo, that I put in the StreamYard to get on?
Yeah.
I guess you did. Huh. Well, let me try and send it out again. That is a long link. Sometimes when you click on that, it's like, I might have hit paste or something. Greg, you are invited in. I don't know why you would be getting an error message. Lorenzo proved that it can be done. So, Miracle Man #2. I remember there was a big buzz on this when it came out. Miracle Man. I've actually got multiples of this.
Sorry to interrupt, but the link I pasted is shorter, so maybe that one will work. Okay. You pasted one, and then I pasted one.
Okay.
I think mine's just shorter. It looks different for some reason.
Yeah, it does. I think I messed mine up. How you got in, I don't know, Lorenzo. But
I don't know. It might.
Lizards are slippery like that,
It's weird because
hell.
Welcome.
Kowski.
Very first time on the 4 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, it's a pleasure, dude.
We've been working up to this. I finally started using
which link ended up
StreamYard.
working for you?
What's that? Sorry.
Which link ended up working?
The one you just sent. The other one didn't work for some reason.
So yeah, it seems like I know sometimes the browsers will add a bunch of garbage to the end of a URL. I've noticed.
God is good, because somehow Lorenzo got in and then was able to drop the proper link.
I can't believe fucking writing Conan.
I can't believe that either. That's great.
Conan, man.
Yeah.
Woo. Fucking
so
awesome.
Marvel no longer has the rights to that, do they?
Oh, they do in the USA and other countries, just not in Europe. So Conan is now public domain in Europe, and my artist is in the UK. So he's going to launch the campaign over there. So
is it going to do it through Indiegogo or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we oh man, we're doing stuff with this is just distracting, stupid thing. We're doing things I've wanted to see in Conan since I was a kid. Not a kid, like an early teenager.
Oh yeah. You're like a kid in a candy store, aren't you?
Yeah, man. Because Spidey was my first comic book love. Conan was my second comic book love. So this is amazing for me, and it just kind of happened. Like I had no plans. What was
your first one now? What was your
Spidey?
Spidey. Oh yeah, I should have known that. Yeah. Did it warm up there, Greg? I see sunshine.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, because I know when it gets cold, your teeth hurt like mine. You know.
Oh God, my whole body does, dude. It's fucking hell.
Yeah, my friend, he actually seizes up. His muscles seize up if I get it too cold in the house. When he visits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh man, it's hell. I to give you a little idea of what's going on. See, this is the thing, man. Robert E. Howard wrote a lot of Conan, right? A lot of short stories and all that. Yeah. And I've only read a few. So I felt like when this project was basically put on my table, I felt like it was too much for me currently. So to write it alone, that is, and develop it alone. So I got Jake Ryan, and we're both co-writing it and co-developing it. And what we're doing is what I've wanted to see in Conan forever, because this is the thing, man. I'm a big fantasy fan, high fantasy. And once you get into high fantasy and you read something like the Dark Elf series or Dragonlance or the Story Archive, Sword and Sorcery is really boring after that, because it's just not, how do I put it? It's bland kind of in comparison, right? Yeah. So I lost interest in Conan after I got into high fantasy at about 16 years old, I think, is when I got into that. I lost because, man, like I want really badass wizards that are casting spells all the time, and I want badass monsters and all. Yeah. And Conan was very, simplistic. It was still great. Well,
were you a big D&D fan?
Oh yeah.
D&D, yeah. Played a lot of D&D.
Oh, yeah. I ran games. Yeah, absolutely. That's what taught me to be a creative.
Did you like the Red Sonja, Marvel Red Sonja book when it was out in the mid-70s, or did that?
No, I never got into that.
Yeah.
I was into the big muscle-bound monsters and superheroes and all that stuff. I still today, I'm not into female protagonists, really. I mean, I am if they're good. Yeah. If the character is well developed and the story's good and there's some interesting design, but typically female protagonists are just they're just like sex holes.
I could tell you who used to do some sultry but dangerous looking women, and that was John Buscema.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, he was a master at depicting the woman that could love you and cut your head off in the next, second.
Well, Buscema's Conan is what we're using as reference to design our Conan, because to me that's and also to John Howard, the artist, Buscema's Conan is visually the iconic Conan as far as we're concerned.
So. He will always be remembered, probably more than Barry Windsor Smith.
Yeah,
for Conan.
I agree. Buscema just really
the seminal artist. He's the standard for Conan.
So check out what we're doing with the story. So we're giving the world of Arborea a high fantasy makeover. All right.
Like Long Shadow, because I know you talked about the project Long Shadow.
No, that's still Sword and Sorcery and Noir. No, I'm talking high fantasy. No, actually, no. Long Shadow does have is fantasy, actually, I believe. But but this is going to be like epic fantasy. like like Dragonlance kind of epic fantasy.
Mhm.
So this is many years later, after Robert E. Howard's Conehead series ended, and this is picking up after Call of Atlantis. And Call is actually public domain as well, so we're using him as well.
Okay.
And we're treating the Howard stories as low to mid level for Conan, and we're doing the high level story. So we're like taking it to the high level, like raid. Anyways, Call.
Now there were with Conan there was different iterations, right? Like Conan the Adventurer, King Conan, Conan the Destroyer, all kinds of different subtitles.
Well, you had Robert E. Howard's Conan, which is the original definitive Conan. He's the one that created and wrote Conan initially in the early 1900s. And then you have Dark Horse and Marvel's Conan, and I believe there was some others made Conan books as well too. And then the Hollywood versions. We can't touch any of that content, only the Howard content, which is fine because that's the best Conan. That's the best Conan stories and content. So this is an older Conan now, and he's grown tired of ruling, the kingdoms that he conquered, Aquilonia and Atlantis and all that. So he's tired of ruling this shit, and so he's passed it on to Call, his son. And
was Call his son?
Yeah.
And
really?
So in the way they wrote it, I never knew that.
Yeah. So basically, what's happened is he's tired of it all. He's adventured. He's done all this stuff. He's been a king. He just doesn't care. He decides he's going to go on Conan is going to go on one last adventure that will most certainly kill him. And so he can go down fighting because he's fucking Cimmerian, he's Conan, right? So he's not going to go down like die of old age in a bed. That's not his way. He's bored. He's like, I've done what I need to do in this world type of thing. While he's gone on this adventure, which turned into a lengthy adventure, his old villain Akavasha returns. And this time she's much more powerful, wielding the power of a dark god. And she invaded. He finds out that she had invaded those kingdoms and took over and enslaved the people and sacrificed many of them to in this powerful ritual to bring back her master Zaltotun. And so this sets out a big high level game where Conan has to come back basically from retirement. Basically like, I'll leave you to fucking rule shit for a little bit and look what happens, so he's got to come back, whoop ass. Now here's the funnest part of all this is the adventuring party that he's a part of. I've got Merlin as the wizard and healer of the party, right? And okay. Merlin the magician, right, from Celtic lore. And,
now, will this be a young Merlin, or will he appear like he's gray beard?
Yeah, he's still
okay.
I'm going to throw some hints out. I really don't want to spoil anything, but some hints out that maybe Merlin's been around even longer than people realize. But
yeah, that's going all the way back to the Iberian age, right?
Yeah, so he would. Yeah, because in Celtic lore, Merlin had existed. In that lore had existed for a long, long time, right? Mm. So I would think like thousands of years or more. So basically,
yeah, I would think so too. I mean,
yeah. So I've got Merlin as the wizard and healer, and Ali Baba with a cursed weapon that gives him jinn shape-shifting ability as the rogue of the party. And so far, that's it's a 3-man party so far. But and at some point, you will see Conan and Call fighting side by side, father and son.
That for me is what kind of mixed it up, as they would go on these quests and they would have sometimes they would have like a black Nubian or, from all different, he would be with a different troop every time.
Yeah, he was either solo or in some kind of party, that just happens. And I've been doing research. Like last night, I read the story. What was that? The Throne of the Elephant or something like that. Something about the elephant, and it was quite interesting. It actually showed that aliens are in that world.
Wow.
Like
Really?
aliens came to Earth,
Uh-huh.
long back in the Arborian age or whatever, when anyways, like I didn't know that about that universe. So that was kind of neat.
Yeah, that's neat. So you've been doing a deep dive research recently to write this.
Just started last night, but yeah, Jake and myself are devouring.
Now, didn't the author commit suicide?
I'm not sure.
In his 30s or something. I
don't know.
They actually did a movie on his life that I have upstairs. Yeah, and
Wow.
I'll get that and I'll show it tomorrow if you want to.
Yeah,
They did a movie on him. Yeah, on his life. He was kind of a wild guy, back in the 30s. Very popular, just typing away. I mean, he was very proficient. He was kind of like Lovecraft, very proficient at writing, very quick.
Oh, he was definitely a wild guy. Look at what he wrote. He wrote a big badass dude that goes around raping women and killing people and stealing their shit.
Mind blowing. Yeah, it really was.
Honestly, if Conan came out today,
it was Tarzan on steroids.
Yeah, if Conan came out today, I would hate it because of how degenerate it is in certain ways. And
this is why humans aren't allowed in the land of the lost too, because of Conan.
That's why what?
That's why humans aren't allowed in the land of the lost. Is Conan visited us one time?
He fucked it all up.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just joking. There was some mass genocide, though.
I can see him roasting a giant reptile tail on a spit, and eating it. He was a barbarian.
Hey, I need to grab more coffee. Be right back.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure about Conan per se. I was joking, but actually, it is part of the lore on
and
Land of the Lost that humans did commit some sort of genocide.
There's another lizard representation.
That's awesome.
There. Yeah, this is a Nestor.
Wait, are those a couple of lizards fighting?
Oh, this is Swamp Thing.
Oh, it's Swamp Thing.
Yeah, are you familiar with Swamp Thing?
Yeah. So have you seen the TV show, right?
This is issue 12. Issue 11. Bernie Wrightson did up to 10 issues. He did the covers. And then number 11, which I have an Adler production piece to, is a Luis Dominguez cover. So Nestor Ronaldo was really the third artist to be able to do a Swamp Thing cover. And there it is.
That's awesome. You've seen 12. Was it 1980s when they came out with I think there's been more than one TV show, I think.
And another Nestor Ronaldo cover. And I have a couple of copies of this, one in a little bit lower grade and one in higher grade.
God, I love Swamp Thing from back in the day.
Good Swamp Thing, yeah. I mean, I'm very pleased to, be able to work my Swamp character into Devil Flyer, because I really didn't think that I could. And actually, that loosed up one other piece of artwork that pictured all these characters that I had. It had Devil Flyer. It's more like a pinup page where you have him waving, flying and meeting Inner Man, who's kind of meditating over Washington with the Washington Monument and the Capitol in the background. And then you have Bog in the swamp, and it has the eye stalk from, he put in a little Easter egg there, the little eye stalk from the garbage compactor in Star Wars is in there. And then you have a sea demon swimming in the ocean, and he's flying overhead. So I'm able to add that to the issue now, since all 4 characters are going to be introduced in this first issue. So
nice.
I actually got to add and Doc Blaylock's working on that story right now. It deals with a child-killing serial killer clown that my Swamp character has to stop, which is
the heap is public domain.
And I'm going to use the heap. You bet.
Good.
Yeah. At some point, I'm going to use the heap. He's too good to not use.
I thought about it too for a while because John Howard and I were planning a public domain superhero team with Zorro and some others, but this Conan thing came up, and John, it's a dream gig for him, and it kind of is for me too.
Well, how did it come up for you, Greg? How did you get in this direction of doing Conan? Did you just learn that it was public domain, could be used over in Europe, or?
Well, I saw a while back that it was, and I thought about it, but I was like, I sort of put it aside because I thought, well, what can I do outside of Europe? I don't know how it works. And then I was in a meeting with John Howard, my Gun Demon penciler and layout artist, and he brought it up because we were talking about the Zorro thing and all that. And he said, Conan is public domain in Europe, and I was like, yeah, but what can we do? And then he started talking about it, and then at some point, within like a minute or so, I was like, oh, so we're doing Conan? And he said, yep, let's do it. I said, oh, fucking right. All right.
So as long as it's sold over there, Americans can buy into it and get it over here.
I think so.
That was my question.
We have to look at how that's done. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's how. I'm pretty sure that can be done.
As long as it's produced over there where it's public domain, we should be able to get it over here. Wow.
Yeah, and see, John lives in the UK, so he can launch the campaign over there, and that's good that he's running the fucking campaign anyway. I suck at Indiegogo.
Yeah, well,
I suck. I fucked myself. I'd probably be at 10 or 20 grand by now with Gun Demon if I hadn't have fucked up my campaign. But
what do you think was messed up about that campaign? You had a good looking campaign.
Not really though, because I didn't have any Photoshop images on the page. It was all I did was upload. At the time, I didn't. This is new, man. I'm a newbie at Indiegogo, right? And crowdsourcing in general. But I put the images on the page, but it didn't have like, well, first of all, the bad thing I did was I set the goal at 10,000. Big fuck up.
Well,
and the thing is I knew better than that. But it was like over a year since I had done all the tutorials and studied it and, was paying attention to, Comicsgate creators giving tips. And a lot of that stuff, I guess I had forgot at the time, and artists kept delaying me, over and over and over again. And my project kept getting pushed back and pushed back. I finally got to the point where I'm like, I got to launch. I got to launch now or never, really, because it's got to happen sometime. And so basically, that's what I did. And boy, did I fuck up, and I forgot some things. It's just, I just suck at that kind of stuff. I'm great at developing story, developing characters, building worlds, the actual writing. I'm great at that. I'm great at networking and pretty much about everything that I need to do except Indiegogo. But of course, I learned from that first campaign. So I'm expecting. I'm going to relaunch Gun Demon, and I'm expecting to do much better this time. I don't think I'll have any trouble this time. But
it's almost better to. I have no doubt that it would take $10,000 to develop the book, because it is quite expensive when you're paying out people, and you're especially, quality artists, quality inkers, quality lettering, get logos made. I mean, it really takes a lot. It's one of the most, unless you know how to do that stuff, yourself.
I make premium books, and those are expensive. They're just, it's at least 10 grand. 10 grand is like the minimum I need to get the book actually made. I've got about 7 grand into the pre-production of the book so far, between character designs, all kinds of different stuff, R&D. I spent money on R&D. There's a lot of money into it for sure.
My point was that it's almost better to set it at like 3,000-4,000 so that it gets funded and it can go in demand after 2 months, after 60
everybody
days.
knows that, and I knew that as well.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on that day.
And then you can keep it in demand.
I don't know what was going on that day when I launched, but the thing is, dude, I've had so much shit on my plate. For the last 3 years trying to build, because I'm not just a comic book creator, I'm building a multimedia company. And that is it's very involved, man.
Well, I was going to ask you, how's the
I need a
development
large
on-
team, and I don't anymore. I don't even, the only team I have now, because some of the guys left. Tank is MIA. I don't know what Tank's doing. I don't know where he is. He changed the name of our Brain Cage channel to something else.
Hey, Lorenzo.
Dan, Dan Fogarty left and took World War Hell with him. Ben Phelps, I don't know what he's doing. He's not sticking to the plan we had in place.
Now, who was Ben Phelps?
His book was Celerity the Huntress, but
okay,
no, I don't think he's going to make that book now. He's interested in this other one called Shadow Saint, which looks really cool. But I mean, after a bunch of money and time spent into developing Celerity, it just makes sense to stick with the plan, get that out, and then do Shadow Saint.
Was Shadow Saint the one that looked like Blue Beetle somewhat?
No.
The silver armor.
Shadow Saint is sort of like a female. The Shadow. It's like the Shadow, but female, kind of is what she looks like. It's noir. It's a great idea. It's great character design by Stefani Renee. Ben's got something there, but you got to stick with a project.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Dave.
So basically, like I've got all these other characters too, but you got to stick with the first one, get that rolling, get the whole thing going. And then the next one, like, I'd love to be going crazy right now with Mecha Man, but because I'm really into mechs. I've never liked one single mech IP, but Dave, you just showed up, dude, but I gotta brag to you about something. I'm working on a Conan graphic novel, dude. Bam!
So will this be graphic novel size?
Yeah.
Okay.
It may be a series. If it hits really well, then we'll probably do an ongoing series. But the working title right now is The Immortal Cimmerian. So, and there's a reason for that title. It doesn't just sound cool. There is some story behind that we've been developing. So I think it'll blow some fucking mind. No, Brain Cage isn't falling apart. No, Brain Cage isn't falling apart. I'm never stopping, bro. I've just had more people leave. Their path, I guess, goes some other direction away from, and this is the thing, man. I'm working to make premium books, and I'll be quite honest. I don't think most creators out there and most artists can handle doing that, because critique really cuts people deeply. When like there aren't that many people I run into that can handle real professional critique. Like they would never be able to work for Dan DiDio or Jim Shooter or any of these people, because they can't give up things that they're emotionally attached to. They can't take themselves away from the project, sometimes. And I upset people when I give them critique. And
professional.
I'm doing my fucking job. I'm doing my fucking job that we all agreed needed to be done. Like every team member in Brain Cage came here because they said they wanted an editor-in-chief. They wanted a quality control system in place so that they could do their best work. When the work starts, people start getting upset because I'm saying, like, for example, one of the scripts that was brought to me and Jake Ryan. Jake Ryan's the senior editor at Brain Cage, and he's my co-writer, co-developer on the Conan project. But Jake and I read it, and we both agreed instantly, this is not readable. This is not professional. And I told him that. So did Jake. He said, look, this isn't good. This has to be completely redone. None of this is usable. Okay. This is very amateur work. And that upsets people.
They take it personal.
Yeah. Yeah. And at the beginning of Brain Cage, every single person that joined Brain Cage, I had a meeting with them, and long meetings with every one of them. And I let them know, this is the process. This is how we do it. This is what we're going for. Do you like that vision? Do you like what's all set up? All of them said, yeah, that's great. Best idea ever. Fuck yeah, I'm on board. And then when it starts, they start, I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. I kind of feel like there's something shady going on behind my back is what it feels like, but I'm not going to jump to conclusions about it. I'm just going to keep pushing forward. I have the most amazing members of my team who have delivered and are reliable. I have them still. I mean, I've got, how
is the battle deck developing? You still working on that?
Well, yeah, I hired one guy to format the cards, to set that all up, and he didn't deliver. This is an ongoing theme, is me hiring people and them not delivering. Luckily, at least I didn't pay this guy, so I didn't get ripped off, at least this time. He got too busy. He's an entrepreneur. He's got a business he's running. I've got another guy that I'm now getting ready to talk to. So Battlegate is going, all of this is going to happen. I am not stopping. Okay. I'm an old school businessman, and I know damn well that it is going to be highly successful, even if it isn't initially, because this is how it works in business. You produce great quality stuff and you stick to it, you commit to it, and eventually the profits come in. You just don't stop. You hit every networking, you get it out there, you promote it, you go around everywhere you can, you make allies, and it will lead to something. Okay. If you commit and it's really quality, and you've seen the stuff I'm working on, it's top quality, man. It's premier quality or premium quality. So, I mean, eventually it's going to do great. Like I said, I think Gun Demon would probably be somewhere between 10 to 20K right now if I hadn't fucked up the campaign. So I don't know.
Are you still going with Gun Demon over on Kickstarter? Is that the plan now, or?
Actually, I think I'm just going to do a new Indiegogo campaign.
Okay, I like that idea better, actually.
Yeah, I do too. At some point, I do want to use Kickstarter just because of the crowd. I want to reach that crowd. I want to reach every crowd I can. Oh, Dave, basically, Conan is public domain in Europe right now. Okay, it's become public domain in Europe. And my artist on the book lives in the UK. That's how we're doing it. There are other Conan books in the works right now that I've seen, that I think Bleeding Cool reported on one of them. That's like an anthology with different artists and writers, and each didn't like the look of it at all. The character, it didn't look like Conan. There was like 5 different artists' version of Conan, didn't look anything like him. So I didn't find that very interesting. I'm not sure how many Conan fans will be really that into those. What we're doing, our approach is, like I said, we're using the Bashima Conan as reference, and this is an older Conan. So, and he's got new gear. He's got high level armor and gear and weapons. So this is high fantasy now. What we're moving Conan into is high fantasy. So it would be like putting Conan into Dragonlance or into the Dark Elf series or something like that is what we're doing.
Because even though it's Conan, you have to change it up from the Marvel look, right? Or some other iteration. Yeah. You have to change him in some way, even though it's public domain, correct?
Well, yeah. What isn't public domain is the Marvel and Dark Horse versions and the movie versions and all that. None of that content can be used. Only the Robert E. Howard original content, which is the best Conan content. So that's all good.
Right.
So that's all that can be used. But we're taking it to the next level. Like I said, we're making it high fantasy. It's a high level story. Conan is going to be thrust into shit he's never seen before. And you're going to see Conan do things he's never done before.
But now you'll be running Gun Demon as you develop this, right? I mean, that's your next thing for your Indiegogo will be to relaunch Gun Demon.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to call the campaign Brain Cage Phase 1, Gun Demon and Mecha Man, I think is going to be the title of the campaign.
Okay.
I guess it seems to me like some of the people in my team want me to get it all going first, and then they'll jump on it if it does well.
Yeah,
it's very difficult to find people to start something with that's complex like this, and that will stick it out and that will commit to it. Because it really pushes you, man. Since I started working on Brain Cage, it has driven me beyond what where I've been before in everything that I'm doing. I've had to learn a lot of new stuff. I've had to learn, like, for example, new types of software. And I used to be great on computers. And then about 10 years ago, I just started slacking, and not caring. And then all of a sudden, when I came back and was using a high-end user again, I realized everything had changed. Like, it was all different now. It's the software, the hardware. I feel like a boomer. But I've had to learn all this different. And it looks like I may have to learn some more software, too, before it's all said and done, because some people aren't delivering on their work. So I may have to do some things myself like that. I'm better as a delegator, because I sit around and I think, and I do R&D every day, hours a day, and I'm always making plans. I'm good at developing business models. I'm good at developing stories and universes and things like that.
On Gun Demon, did you
But
have
to
a
do all that
sign-up?
stuff properly, you can't be busy with each detail. Like, for example, doing Photoshop work and doing all this other stuff. You know, when you're building a multimedia company, you need people to do those things. And so that's pretty difficult to find when you're not rich. You know, it's like people have to believe in your vision and believe in what you're doing. And everybody out there has their own vision. And also it comes down to this. If you're doing something really great, a lot of times people don't recognize how great it is. You know what I mean? Because they don't, I'm not trying to sound arrogant, but a lot of people, they choose what they get into a lot of times based on clever marketing and who their friends say are good artists or good writers. And a lot of times that's bullshit. It's just people have reputations. And so I don't think sometimes, you know, you find people find you once you have proven yourself and have established publishing studio, but then you need to be careful also, especially then. I feel like there has been definitely some scheming going on behind my back. I'm not going to say by who and what. But yeah, man, even if you just have potential, people will come in and try and do things and try and fuck things up, you know?
I've just noticed like creative sorts tend to get in a lot of feuds with each other. Like I've seen that happen a lot with musicians. You know, they'll be in a band and there'll be creative differences, and
I've dealt with that my whole life as a musician and an artist and a writer and a filmmaker, all that stuff. Lorenzo, it comes down to, in this day and age, it seems like the majority of people in the USA and these like super consumer countries like the USA, like UK, Australia, seems like the majority are very immature. They don't develop past adolescence. Yeah. And they take things very personally. I'm a hardcore editor-in-chief to work under. I'll admit that. Not because I'm hard on people, not because I'm an asshole or rude to them about stuff, but because I'm purposely setting out to create premium quality. So if something isn't there, it has to be improved. And people hate that, man. And I don't understand. This isn't the way it used to be. You know, Rex, the way it used to be is artists pushed each other. Writers pushed each other to be better. Like we all would look for that thing that they're doing wrong or something that could be better. And we go, man, that sucks, dude. Fix that, man. That's amateur, dude.
I'm sure it probably started before me, but I mean, even my generation, believe it or not, you know, which, you know, I graduated high school in '84. I think we were going soft then, you know, what you're talking about. Even back then, I think that we were a little bit softer. I mean, I think we're tougher than others that came after us, but we were softening up, you know, through the 70s, early 80s, you know, and just got softer and softer, got gushy, you know, no work ethic, don't have to be on time. And it's, you know, with media the way it is and jobs allowing and just the desperation for people to fill a slot. That's what they're there. I'm here to fill a slot till I go over here and fill a slot over there. And there's no pride or spirit of excellence or work ethic anymore.
I remember in high school, there was some sort of presentation about how we were going to have to change jobs, like and be, you know, retrained or take more education, like multiple times in our life.
Yeah. I mean, where are the risk takers? You know, people are, well, you, Greg, but I mean, you know, and myself, I would consider, you know, I mean, when you venture off and you're trying to produce something original IP, or even using Conan, which has been around since the 30s, I guess, but it's usable because it's in public domain, and that's great news. And now Marvel is not going to be producing anything Conan, so you're not really going to have that working against you. You know, people are going to actually be hungry for this IP again. This is actually great news.
I think that, I mean, obviously I'm biased, right? Like, 'cause this is
You're
my project.
Jaded. Yeah.
No, I'm biased because this is my project, but I feel like what we have in the works with Conan is exactly what Conan fans have wanted to see for a long time, right? Because it's what I've wanted to see since I was a kid. Conan was my second comic book love. First was Spidey, and then I saw a Conan the Barbarian book. It was Marvel, I believe. It was early or late 70s, and bought that and fell in love. But like I said earlier, once I read high fantasy, like Dragonlance and all that, Sword and Sorcery was less weak and boring after that.
Are you looking to do like a token type thing, making it epic into a long?
Yes, but he's Middle Earth also isn't high fantasy. That's considered soft fantasy. Right. Whereas what I'm doing is basically taking Conan and putting him into a world that's more like Dragonlance or something like that, you know, where we have actual rules to the magic system, you know, it's and all that kind of stuff. You know, it's a really well developed world. There's a lot of different powers. You know, Conan. Imagine Conan with magical items that make him faster, stronger. Maybe he could have, like, we're still developing what his equipment is going to be. But the thing is as ruler, he was ruler of Aquilonia and Atlantis for a while. So he should have a pretty impressive armory, especially all of these amazing adventures he went on. So he's going to have some serious gear. You're going to see a Conan like nobody's seen before.
Yeah.
You know, Dave, what you said about the punches and Rocky and all that, that's just my life. I mean, I know a lot of people that can say the same too. You know, nothing works smoothly. You know, almost nothing just works smoothly. There's always fucking some kind of headache. There's always something you got to battle through. There's somebody that wants to get in your way or shut things down, or maybe they get upset, or there's always shit going on. It's unreal. But the thing is, you know, some people see me as a risk to back anything I'm doing. But the thing, because I'm broke, and if it does, and I'm not known, you know, I'm not established. So if, you know, the money isn't raised, they think the books won't get made. The thing is dude, I'll tell you what, I can guarantee you my book's going to get done more than anybody can guarantee any of the top guys' books will get done, because my reputation, my existence relies on this. You know what I mean? I'm new. I'm trying to establish myself. I've already got like $7,000 into Gun Demon development and Mecha Man and some of this other, you know, it's not ending. I'm not stopping. You know, it's not, I can't afford to stop. I can't just throw $7,000 away or throw it at anything. Right. I'll spend another $10,000 getting this fucking book done.
You're committed. You're in.
I mean, you know, I'm locked
You're
in,
all
bro.
in.
Yeah, there's no other way.
The only way
and
to
I believe
fail,
that's where people fuck around. Like last night, I watched a stream, and I've seen this same guy. And I like him. He's cool. He's a very talented guy. I'm not going to say who it is, but he kept saying, "Well, if this book does good, we'll do another one." Mm-hmm. And I said that with Conan because that's like a side project. Conan isn't my main thing, obviously, right? So yeah, maybe if it does real great, maybe we'll do it. But this was this guy's main thing, and he said, "Well, if it does better, then we'll do this and that." I think that's the wrong attitude. You know, you need to keep at it, and it will do better.
I don't think that first book, if you've got like, what is it, $7,000 in there, you might not even turn a profit. You might still be a little bit in the hole first book. But what about that second book and the third book and the fourth book?
Yeah, look at Dave Brink.
And you get it out there, and people start reviewing it and saying it's good stuff. I mean. You know, on your first campaign, Gun Demon, that didn't fund because it had such a, you know, high goal. And like you said, there may have been things that you could have been added at certain times to it. I mean, you only have a small window there, 2 months. That 60 days goes by pretty quickly.
And everybody says you should run for 30 days.
But EVS, and I've heard even Graham Nolan, and he's ran his first campaign like that. I know the Chinook on 45 days. He says that's kind of what they say this is sweet spot is. But for me, I say go the whole 60 and make sure it goes into demand. But you know, that's easy to say, easier said than done. You have to have the underpinning support to go in demand, you know, either that or a goal of like $500, which is unrealistic on a 48-page book.
Well, I know with other campaigns, the goal 30 days, they'll say they're going 30 days and then they re-up it because
Right.
Indiegogo gives the, I guess it gives them kind of a boost or something. It gives them
A little bit more eyes on the project.
More publicity. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
the problem is if you probably should let your customers know you're going to do you're probably going to do that ahead of time. Otherwise, it feels a little dishonest.
I just didn't want to mess it up on the first campaign on the ash can, the black and white ash can, which is still in demand, by the way. But I just put it for a full 60, and I said, well, I'm just not going to play this game of do 30 and then somehow mess it up on the next 30. I just said I'm not willing to put that in jeopardy. So I just went for
Was it Malin who was going to go in demand, and then he was on a stream?
Yeah,
and then
basically he started late. He got drunk. He got talking with Cecil and all the rest of them, and he just didn't re-up it. And if it wasn't for EBS, really,
I didn't want to make it look bad or anything. I just
made a mistake here. Before. That would have been the end of Godlike. That was on Godlike, and he would have had to start, over. And really, I think his numbers stayed the same after they renewed it. But he could.
It's easy to fuck up on Indiegogo. It really is. It's easy to fuck up on Indiegogo.
Yeah, but I think it's easier probably to navigate than Kickstarter.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. And I know that they take a less of a percentage, so it's just something that
some people have luck with one, some people have luck with the other. Like some people say they can find more new people on Kickstarter. On the other hand, there's a lot of CG people who, if you go on Kickstarter, they won't back it. So you could end up losing a lot of your core audience. It all depends.
I'm waiting on this to go public domain someday, and it may
You're not going to lose your audience. You're not going to lose your CG audience for using Kickstarter, Lorenzo. We've had several creators do that, and nobody really cares that much. It's just that they don't. For example, like myself, I don't necessarily want to back a Kickstarter, and I never have. But that doesn't mean I wouldn't, as much as I hate Kickstarter. Because that argument about Kickstarter's the enemy. Well, so is Facebook, so is Twitter, so is Instagram, so is every fucking platform that we use, like this one, YouTube and everything. Yeah. They're all owned by our enemies.
No, Indiegogo gave to BLM, I think, and then now we find out people can look up BLM and see how some of the people might be managing their money. I want to be very careful because I don't want to get anybody don't want Rex to be sued or me to be sued over it. I'm just saying,
right?
I wouldn't.
I've sold on eBay myself for almost 20 years, and eBay is not necessarily the best platform, but it's the best known, and it's the same way with Kickstarter. I think there's a lot more eyes on Kickstarter than there is on Indiegogo, and I hope that changes, but it may not.
I don't really care, and I'll tell you why, because I'll just use whatever platform I need to, and I don't care about any of them personally because they're, like I said, they're owned by our enemies. I'd rather be using something else,
right,
than any platform. Like I don't want to give money to our enemies,
right.
So a lot of people in CG don't even seem to know who their enemies are, and you can't fight a war like that. Rex Popeye is old enough.
Yeah, I mean, Popeye is, for public domain? I don't know. But, yeah, this is a sweet cover homage to Action Comics #1. One of my favorite Popeye covers, just because it's an homage to, saw that and had to have it.
Very cool.
Oh, so that's not the original. So, interesting.
Well, this came out in 2012.
Wow, yeah, I thought that was like from the 1930s or something.
Oh, yeah, Popeye came out in the 1930s. He was the first, early 30s. He was really the first superhero.
Nah, Zorro.
Super powers, superhero?
Yeah. He was super.
Well, he'd be kind of like Batman or something.
Well, he was
or a
athletic
street
like
level.
Batman,
Yeah,
but
he'd
he
be like
didn't
a
have
street
any
level hero.
superpowers, did he? He wasn't
He
like
didn't have any official superpowers, but he was brilliant, clever,
right.
and super
But
fast.
that's
And
not
like
what I'm talking about. I'm
Batman
talking
has no
about
superpowers.
eat the spinach, become superpowered, where you can do super things.
I think you're playing it's just, I think it's semantics because
Yeah.
there are plenty of characters that I can give as an example that are considered superheroes that don't have any official powers.
Well, I just mentioned Batman.
Batman's one of them. Yeah. He's
and
considered
a
a
lot
superhero.
of people would say, those like the Phantom or Savage or the Shadow would be pulp, but most of them weren't quote super powered in some way.
I would call them all superheroes. It's just what we call them in this era,
Yeah.
They didn't know what to call them back then, it was a new thing. Now we know, looking back with hindsight, we know what went on there,
Well, Savage, the Man of Bronze, he was actually called Superman, the Superman, at the time before Siegel and Schuster ever came up with Superman. Huh?
The Ubermensch.
Yeah. Yeah, he was actually called Superman. And DC National was smart enough to, eventually pick that up in Action Comics #1, and then that created a landslide.
Yeah, they shouldn't have been able to take that name. That's like a term from like what you say, Ubermensch. That was Nietzsche, I believe, came up with that term.
Yeah,
and then it was translated in English as Superman. So I'm surprised anybody could take that such a generic name like that.
Generic name, yeah. But
yeah, that's
unfortunate. I mean, now eventually all characters go into public domain. Some version of the character with the curl and the old outfit. Superman will go into public domain eventually. I believe.
I like the Winnie the Pooh, not the Disney version, but the original.
Yeah.
Was it A.A. Milne? Yeah, and there's going to be a horror movie with Winnie the Pooh, which
as long as the owner keeps putting out product in that IP, it will never go public domain.
Okay. Well,
they have to that's why a lot of times you see Disney, and that's why they're using a lot of these obscure characters the last several years. We all think about the MCU and we think, man, there's so many characters that should be in those movies, and instead we got these weirdo fucking B and C level characters. But the reason is that they need to use them to keep the copyright alive. And
and I would say, if they want to do something like that, do it like John Byrne did in She-Hulk. She-Hulk had like Paladin and some other minor characters show up, and it was funny, and it gave airtime to those rarely used characters.
What was that?
She-Hulk, the comic, it would have characters like Paladin, which are lesser known characters in the Marvel Universe.
I never liked She-Hulk.
Yeah. Well, I like the original concept of Savage She-Hulk in the first 25 issues, where John Buscema, I wish he did more than the first 2 issues, because like I said, his women look savage. And I like the ideal of her origin, where she's shot by some very down-to-earth criminals and needs a quick blood transfusion. And the Hulk's gamma irradiated blood is tainted, and she becomes, when angered, I wish they had stuck with that, the original Savage She-Hulk, where she just gets angry like the Hulk and turns into a more savage Amazonian, huge green woman that can go on the rampage and has quite a temper. I like that idea, that Jekyll and Hyde original concept. I wish they had stuck with that and not just put her even in a Fantastic Four costume. To me, it loses interest. And I know a lot of people like the goofy, jokey John Byrne run. I do not so much. I like the Savage She-Hulk, the first 25 issues. She had a love interest in that. There's been very few books that I've read all the books to, but I can say Savage She-Hulk is one, even with Mike Vosberg artwork from number 3 to 25, held my interest enough. But I do wish that John Buscema, who was very busy, could have drawn the whole thing, because he could really make women look savage.
So was she manly looking, or was she still feminine?
No, she was huge in stature.
Pretty masculine.
Huh?
She's pretty masculine, but her face was feminine, but her body was very masculine, like
a
female bodybuilder.
Yeah. Now, in most recently, they really been bulking her up as like a female head on totem on a male body, and I don't like that at all.
Yeah, so
I never liked her ever. When I was a kid, it bothered me when I first saw her, and I didn't understand why until later, until I was older, because I didn't understand what tokenization was. But what really upset me about it was the Hulk was unique.
Yeah.
And then they come and they throw out this female version.
Well, Stan Lee did it. I mean,
and that pissed me off, because the Hulk is the Hulk. That's it. End of story. There's one Hulk in my book. Right?
Oh, now there's so many.
There's one Spider-Man. There's one Spider-Man in my canon. Okay, that's Peter Parker. All right, that's how I am. There's one fucking Thor.
Are you a
purist? No, I'm not a purist. I just don't like tokenization. It's wrong. It's bad. I don't like the Spawn universe because of it. Like, I think it's great that Todd's doing a shared universe type of thing, or a universe, but it's dumb to me that he's just got a bunch of versions of Spawn.
Different iterations.
This is his chance to do all this other stuff. Like, every one of the characters should be different. Like, there should be a strong dude. There should be, like, instead of Gunslinger Spawn, something like Gun Demon maybe, or something completely different from Spawn. You get what I mean? Like,
but what about with Superman, with DC, where they keep finding more and more Kryptonians?
Hold on, Lorenzo. It's laziness is what I'm getting at. Todd's being fucking lazy. He could be showing us some new cool character designs. And to me, Al Simmons is Spawn, and so that's the way I am about it, man. Like, you can't go and make me like Peter Parker for years and then replace him with somebody that
dilute it down.
It's Peter's not special anymore. Bruce Banner's not special anymore.
Actually, I think they're trying to over copyright. Actually phase Peter Parker out and give us Miles Morales or somebody else. Of course. Because the Ditko estate, most recently after his passing, is going after them for the rights to Doctor Strange and Spidey that Ditko helped develop. Yep. And I can see the point there.
So what would they call Miles Morales? Would they call him like Spider-Man? I mean, what are they gonna...
He's Spider-Man.
Yeah, but I mean, if the Ditko estate
and
gets
to a younger generation,
they have to call
all the Spider-Man they know is Miles Morales. They don't know the previous Peter Parker because they grew up with that.
Well, Peter Parker's still in the comics.
They were offered.
Hey, Lorenzo, what you need to understand is that these public domain like rights and all that, it gets complex.
Yeah,
it's not just like, okay, you own Spider-Man, now you can be Spider-Man. You just do whatever with it. It's not like that. It's that they have stipulations on all these characters, on the content. There's some you can use, some you can't.
Well, that's why I was asking how if they'd even be able to call him Spider-Man, or if they're going to transition to a different name for Miles Morales.
Well, they have been for years.
But I'm saying if Ditko estate gets the rights to Peter Parker, would Miles Morales be Spider-Man?
Oh, those cheesy fucks would probably change it to Arachnid Man or something then.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't understand what you meant.
It is like...
Yes,
but you're saying that's why Disney so is this why Disney's constantly making like reboots, and like they'll have like a live action version of something, or
like take Moon Knight for example. Okay, now I'm sure somebody's going to tell me, oh, I'm the biggest Moon Knight fan ever, but like most people saying that today are liars. Okay, Moon Knight was never popular. Nobody really, for the most part, gave a fuck about Moon Knight.
I don't even know what Moon Knight is.
You see what I mean? And you're a big comic book fan, and that's the way most people are. Like there's been some great artists work on Moon Knight, which catches people's attention. So we look at the cool art and go, that's cool, and then we move on, because Moon Knight's nothing but a Batman ripoff with a slightly different suit costume, but he's basically a Batman with mental illness because he suffers from delusion. So it's just weird, man. It's not, all these characters, nobody cares about these characters. She-Hulk, it was never like, there were times when people talked about She-Hulk for a little while, but she was never one of the main things, one of the main characters.
What intrigued me about her initially, though, was Stan Lee had not written anything for at least 5 years, and that was the first thing he did. And so that's being the first appearance of a character. That's the one book out of all that any Marvel that I could have picked up that I actually had him sign was a She-Hulk #1, because I thought, first work he had done, first appearance of a character, and I do believe She-Hulk's got a future, and I think that bears it out. Now, whether you like it or not, she's been in a lot of stuff up to this point.
Well,
and
after this, sorry.
No, I mean, go ahead. I'm not even aware of where She-Hulk is. It on Netflix or
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Well,
did you see how stupid it is? Did you see
No,
the trailer?
no,
It's called She-Hulk Attorney at Law.
Is it a movie?
It's I believe a series, but
okay.
It's cringe, man. It's more SJW idiocy where characters stand around in their apartment or a cafe for fucking long scenes of just talking. And
are they trying to do Seinfeld? Or are they trying to do what are they trying to do?
It's like this, Rex. You get these fucking tokens in there, like the token whammon, the token this and that, and they don't really have a background working, not a significant one, working on, as a film director or writer or whatever, right? So they only go with what they know, and they all have these things like, I always wanted to do a sitcom because I just love Friends, so I want to do a sitcom like Friends. So they can't. They try to get into the Hollywood system, but this was back in the day, they couldn't get in because they had no talent. But now they can. But they have to do what makes the money, right? Because the studios only want to do what makes the money, which is superheroes. So what they do is they say, okay, well, I want to make a sitcom. So, all right, well, take these superhero properties and do it with that. Another person says, I want to make a romantic comedy. And so they go, okay, well, let's take Iron Man or something, and you can do a romantic comedy with that. You know what I mean? Like, that's what they do. They don't set out to make.
Do you think that people are tiring of hero? I think there is some fatigue out there. That heroes will not be the top gun in movies.
We're tired of bad movies. We're tired of bad series and bad movies. I don't think people will ever grow tired of any kind of heroic stories. Those are the best stories. Those are the most popular stories of all time.
I agree there.
I wonder if it's good.
But if what you're making sucks, people get tired of spending money
and
time on something that absolutely sucks. You know what I mean? Like, I canceled Netflix like 3 years ago because my girlfriend and I would want to watch something, and we'd sit down, we'd get 5 minutes into something, and be like, "This is trash."
I think the deal with Hollywood is
hold on, Lorenzo, hold on, buddy. And we go, "This is fucking trash." So we go on to the next thing. Oh, that's trash. And then we go on to the next thing. Oh, that's trash. Now we've just wasted like almost an hour trying to find something to watch, and we're sitting here pissed off. That's the new era. They don't produce entertainment anymore, Rex.
I think Hollywood
they don't have real writers writing.
That's a major problem. But Hollywood has always, has long since, at least since the 80s, has had this habit of writing things into the ground. So they'll make a gazillion slasher movies, and then people get tired of slasher movies for a while, or at least the Hollywood ones, Maybe they watch some underground ones or whatever.
But that's because they start producing shit that sucks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But Hollywood's been
genre. If you make something good, people still like it.
Yeah.
Okay. Like, let's look at the fantasy novel industry right now. Okay. It's been dead for about 20 years mostly. Okay. Because of hacks like George R.R. Martin and what's that one dickhead's name that did the Sword of Truth series? These hacks came in that had no talent, no understanding of fantasy, ruined the genre. People got tired of buying bad books. But now look what's going on right now. Brandon Sanderson, a real amazing, probably the best one of the best fantasy writers of our era. He just now broke Kickstarter's records for the most funded project ever. So, the idea that there are trends is stupid. It's an idiot idea that Hollywood has held on to for a long time because they're not creative. The guys running the show are not creative. They're fucking idiots that just play around with a lot of money, and they don't know what they're fucking. It's been that way for a long time. It used to be Hollywood would go and find talent and then put their money on that talent. Now they just say, "Oh, well, people are stupid, so we're going to decide what they like." Well, it doesn't work that way. It does for some NPC type people, but that's not do you really want that kind of a crowd, or do you want a crowd that's passionate and genuinely into what you're doing and will buy your products for years to come? It's the latter that you should want. Now, the only people who want the former are the guys that want to get in really quick, make big money, and then get out and not care if the company falls, like Bob Iger. Head of Disney, obviously doesn't give a fuck about Disney. This new Bob also does not give a fuck. They just want to get their billions and get out and retire.
Yeah, I think it's been a problem for a long time, like for decades. But now with all the corporate consolidation, I think they figure they don't need to. They don't. Before, you used to at least occasionally get something really cool. You might occasionally get a really cool sequel. Like back in the 80s, you would. But there'd be plenty of crap too. But now there's just like only a small number of mega corporations. It just seems like they're phoning it in now.
And they follow trends. Like in the 80s, comics kind of got popular for whatever reason, Ninja Turtles, and then the animated, and they heated up because the 80s started off, comics were in a slump. Nobody was buying anything except the old Steve Ditko Spider-Man. That was it. I mean, when you went to a convention, that's all they wanted. Those first few issues of Spider-Man, they knew they could flip them quick. Other than that, and there was a lot of good stuff out there. There was New Teen Titans by George Perez that was, hot, but they weren't trading for that. And so the early 80s were comics were in a slump. By the end of the 90s, end of the 80s rather, you had Wall Street people coming in and buying vintage comics, thinking that they could, mistakenly could turn that into a quick flip, I guess. But you had people that were non-traditional comic book, not even collectors, entering the market, infusing money into the market, and really blowing the market up to the point of where you had Image come in, all these super personalities from the big two, and then go off on their own. And then the whole market blew up in the 90s. There was a bubble.
Do you know why and how? I can answer this. This all shifted. Social media. Mm-hmm. Because before social media, companies, what they did was like what I said earlier. They go out and they find the talent, and then they back the talent. What happened with social media is these dickheads decided we can just decide what people like, and we will control their minds using social media, and that's what they're doing. That's why you've got these MPs. Now, mind you, a lot of the people you see commenting positively about these bad SJW movies and comic books and all this crap, those are bots. Those are not real humans. Okay. Mm-hmm. Those are not, and it may be an actual AI that Google owns, according to their previous president. He said it a few different times publicly that they have an actual working AI that interacts with us and interferes in our daily internet act. So that's way beyond an algorithm or a bot. Okay.
I saw on Twitter, like the support for the current president, F.U. Biden, that 48% of his supporters were just, them tinkering with things. He didn't have that much support.
No.
Yeah. No. And now they know that, now that they've kind
Yeah,
of
Hillary reportedly used a troll farm, to argue with, say, Bernie supporters. I'm sure, like, Trump supporters as well, but
yeah,
they all do. It's
Yeah.
Kabbalah. That's Kabbalah. That's emotional sorcery. That's what the evil fucktards who worship Moloch implement. Is they fuck with people's lives that are their competitors or somebody that they want to steal something from them. They interfere directly in those people's lives. They keep them emotionally unhinged and not being productive. They put all kinds of things in their way. That's how big business is done now. It's been that way. I don't know how long. Maybe it's always been that way. I have no idea. But that's literally, it's fucked up out there.
yeah,
The world's a mess.
Yeah, it's a mess. Well, if you thought it was a mess a few years ago, it's really a mess now. I mean,
social media is what has changed. Now, a lot of people like to say, oh, it's not that it's different now. It's just that now the loonies can, we can hear and we can read what they're saying and what they believe. No, no, that was not the case. Loonies were very rare back in the day, and now they're very common. And that's because you can see
voice. Yeah.
You can see that they've been programmed.
Yeah.
They are susceptible to certain types of marketing and psyops, and they've basically been brainwashed to think the stupid, crazy shit that they do.
Well, there's people I know who used to be kind of rational people, and now I can't even have a conversation with them.
It's like you were saying earlier, Greg, and I even thought that even in my generation, which is like 40 years ago, we're softer than the ones that came before,
Yep.
As far and then I look back on myself, especially since I've been broadcasting on other shows and things, and saying, giving advice my father would have gave me, and I really thought about that and thought, my God, I've become my father, because I'm like, work ethic, people need a good work ethic. And I'm like, that's my father speaking,
That's okay, Rex. You know why?
Yeah,
because part of some of the psyops is to disconnect us from our ancestors. Okay. Disconnect us, make dads look stupid. You got dad bod.
Oh, yeah.
You got dad jokes. Anything that sucks is a dad thing, right?
Not the mama.
But mama stuff is awesome, right? Everything the moms do is awesome, even when they're doing horrible shit. Their moms can't do wrong, but they want. Look, it's like this. It was discovered in, what was it, 72, 71, somewhere around there. I can't tell you which corporation or corporations today. I forget. This is research I did years ago, but major corporations discovered, which we all know this stuff, but you got to confirm things with studies, right? When you got a lot of money on the line with something. So basically they did a study. They saw that women are the buyers for the family unit and men are the providers,
right.
And basically, but more than that, which that part's obvious. But what more than that, men were the gatekeepers of the family money. So like if the wife said, I'm just tired of doing all these damn dishes all the time. Can we get one of those new fancy dishwashing machines that they invented? And the dude would be like, let me go out in the garage and rig something up for you. Because we can't afford hundreds of, some appliance that's expensive or this or that. So the guy would go and rig something up, or something breaks down, he would fix it instead of them going and buying a new thing. So what did the corporations decide they needed to do? Get the man out of the family unit. Because then there's no gatekeeper of that family money. They discovered, and this will upset some people. It always does when I talk about this, but this is fact. Okay? Deal with it. Anybody that might get butthurt by what I'm fucking grow up. Deal with it. Women are much easier to manipulate than men are. Psychologically manipulate. Very much easier. Okay? Very, very much easier. That is one of the big reasons why everything's whamming. The globalists want to build an army out of whamming. They want them to be the authority figures because they can manipulate them emotionally. Whereas men have an instinct in us to protect the family unit, to protect the children in the family unit and our women. And that instinct is a big problem. Hold on, buddy. That instinct is a big problem to the plans of the globalists who want complete and absolute control, right? So the solution, get the men out of the family unit. It happened to me. That's what got me going down the rabbit hole of looking into the family court and a system which is the most fucking evil shit on the planet. It's destroyed millions of families in this country, wiped them out. The female culture in the media is what has brainwashed women into being really nurturers that love their family and don't want to be away from their family, to being women who will betray their family for a fucking paycheck. It's not all women, of course, but a lot of them. That is what has happened, Rex. That's why everything's whamming, 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 whamming. That's why family court gives whamming whatever they want. They have to do something really horrible to lose in family court. Like they got to be proven like major neglect, or abuse or something like that has to be proven, or the man has to be rich, or at least maybe not rich, but very well off, so where he can afford like $25,000 plus
provider
custody battle and all that, right? This is why it's all happened. I didn't have a choice but to look into it because I was thrust into it. Now, all the people sitting on the fence, you're doing that because you haven't been thrust into it, into that world. It is hell on earth, guys. And this is why I'm vocal about this stuff. And that's why anybody else who has experienced it is vocal about it. We're not like those militant vegans. We want to prevent it from happening to others. I want to see strong family units in the U.S. Our enemies don't. And that's why I don't bend, I don't stop. And I think that's upset some of my ex-team members in Brain Cage too. One of them did tell me, had enough balls to tell me to his face while he was leaving. It was SJW shit. It was like, oh, well, you're a homophobe and an anti-Semite and blah, 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 blah. What? You fucking idiot. Fuck off. It's unreal that that would happen in Comicsgate. That somebody would say, oh, I'm not going to work with you because you're an anti-Semite and a homophobe. And blah, 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 blah. Not any of that shit. Fuck you. I'm a fucking human being and I give a fuck about human beings more than you do, probably.
Tolerance.
All those people out there doing that shit, say, oh, you're a this, you're a that. They don't give a fuck about anybody.
Well, they just put that label right on you, right? I thought we were going to do away with the class system when we, fought a Revolutionary War. And now we're, middle class, upper class. What the hell? I mean,
cattle don't learn, dude. Cattle don't fucking, no. You can't get shit into there. To these fucking cattle, man. I've been trying for over 20 years and I've been alienated for it. And I'm not like a militant vegan type. I'm just like, if somebody says something that is wrong and it's dangerous, like we're talking harmful psyops, it's my responsibility because I understand that that's bad data and harmful data to correct it. People don't like that, and it doesn't matter how reasonable you are when you do it, how calm you are, none of that matters. How you word it, cognitive dissonance pisses them off. And it sucks. I don't like doing it. It's not fun. I don't want to battle it out with everybody. I want everybody to be my buddy. You know what I mean? But I'm not a bitch either. Bitches just go along with the herd. Little fucking weak ass cattle go along with the fucking herd. Be men, be women, be humans, guys. CG is supposed to be about this.
But you do that too much in CG, you'll be labeled an anti, no matter how many thousands of dollars you spend.
Who cares?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Let them label us. They already do. They already call us racist and shit. Who cares? They're always going to call you shit, Lorenzo. But when you're doing the right thing, you can stand confidently.
Oh, there's a lot worse things than to be called an anti.
There are much worse things. Like sitting on the fence is very bad. In this era right now, they have weaponized apathy. So the people that don't pay attention to what's going on, they get put against you. Like what you said earlier, Lorenzo, there are people now you can't even hang out with or talk to because they've been brainwashed into.
And it's not just young. It's not necessarily younger people, because there's people I know who are like baby boomers who used to be supposedly be free speech, and now they're the most hardcore censorship people I know. And these people are.
Well, if it was just the younger generation, we wouldn't have the Nancy Pelosi's out there, would we? I mean, it's really one of the saddest things I see is like 70, 80-year-olds that have not had a clue their whole life. They've been so liberal, and that term has changed over time. Blue dog Democrat or whatever. Now it's hardcore. We got to save the planet. Well, when I was 19, I was overwhelmed by things that were going on personally in my life, having a child out of wedlock, this, that, and other. And it was more than my 19-year-old brain could handle. And my father, we sat down and had a talk, and he said, Rex, because I was talking about the world, this and that, he says, Rex, you can't fix the whole world. Don't even try,
Don't even
I was
try.
overwhelmed by it.
Yeah.
The world's not perfect. Well, hello, it's not perfect.
Yeah.
And it's
I
not
think that's
ever
a
gonna be
distraction
perfect.
too. Is a lot of people get distracted. I've done that myself. I need to work on my personal life, not save the world. I can't save the world. That's
The way I see it is, if you clean up your backyard and Greg cleans up his backyard and I clean up my backyard and the next guy down the road cleans up his backyard, we'll have a clean community.
That used to work.
You have to work on yourself.
That used to work, but now you have a bunch of drugged out autistic people around. And by the way, I don't mean this to offend. I have some great friends and family that are autistic, but a large amount of autistic people cannot function positively and productively in a community and society, but yet they're out there doing it, and they're causing a lot. I've had countless fucking problems because of these people. Like they get a bias that's completely illogical, and they won't get away from it. They won't, you know what I mean? And it destroys. It's just, we have those types now, and we have a lot of the people that are well-meaning that would actually like to help don't even know what's going on. They're too busy working and taking care of their kids or trying to survive to be able to look into any of this stuff. So, it's like, I don't blame anybody who doesn't know the same stuff that I know or think I know, because some of it could be bullshit that I've been tricked into because of disinformation is just there's layers of it in our society. Right. So this is why I don't want to touch anything mainstream. It's like when people are going, hey man, you should check out that new Obi-Wan. Okay. It's basically, I treat it the same way somebody comes and says, hey man, you should check out this new drug called meth. And I go, hey, no. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't understand how harmful this shit is. Like, you would probably be better off doing hard drugs than watching Disney because of the shit it does to your fucking brain.
Yeah, I have always been selective. There were a lot of things, there's been few that I've, like Caddyshack. When it came out, it didn't interest me. I'll go back and watch it now. I still don't think it's that, the greatest. I don't think it's meant to be the greatest, but it does have Rodney Dangerfield in it and Ted Knight, so I really like the history of Ted Knight. He was the Joker back in the 60s. He did a lot of voice work for Filmation. So he's kind of an interesting actor to me, and his history and stuff that most people don't even know, because he was an early voice actor for the cartoons, which was not prestigious at all. I'll tell you another one. The actor that played the Dean in Animal House, he was a big voice actor for the early Marvel cartoons. The guy that played the Dean that was so pockmarked,
I don't remember which actor that was. It's been too long since I've seen the movie.
Since you've seen Animal House, yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, but society is going down the slope. I really believe, depending on who wins the war in the long run and writes the history books, don't revise the history books, I think we're going to look back at the early 21st century and go, my God, this was a bad start to a new millennium.
I don't think our species is going to be around to look back on it. Not with these genocidal eugenicist fucking monsters in charge of literally everything. We're not going to make it. There's no way. There's just just the existence of one mad scientist on a planet that has a lot of resources behind him is enough to potentially cause an extinction. of our species. Now we have a world full of them now. Okay, like almost every major company on the planet it employs armies of mad scientists to do things that no human should be doing with technology.
Right.
Everybody watches Star Trek and all this, like me too. I'm a big science fiction fan. We're fascinated by new technology, new advances, and all this stuff. And a lot of people think it's cute, the idea of like genetic alteration and all these other things, AI and all that kind of stuff. But here's the thing. They obviously didn't read the real sci-fi stuff, like the 40s through the 60s.
The cautionary
gave us the warning. That's what it existed to warn us about moving too quickly with technology and trying to do things man should not try to do, maybe at least not in this level of our development.
And yet everybody's citing an old work called 1984.
And people ignore all those lessons that some of the most brilliant minds on our fucking planet laid out for us, right? Yeah. They're ignoring that, and they're listening to idiots like Fucker Turd, Mark Fucker Turd, and Elon Derp. They're listening to these fake fucking charlatans who don't have no fucking ethics, no fucking morals, no understanding of what they're doing. Really, ultimately, like these guys are going to bring about the destruction of our species if they're not stopped.
Yeah, I mean,
I think the war's already been lost. I think China actually already owns us because I see the social credit system in effect everywhere now. And I've been seeing it for a long time as a victim of the family court system. It's very much, it has felt like a covert Chinese social credit system because I've always been this rebellious type guy and they've done things to me. That system has done things to me that I don't see them doing to anybody else. And I've seen other people have weird things done to them that aren't done to anyone else. It's like they just, like, for example, I went to go get my CDL. This was 15 years ago. I went to go get my CDL and I went through a government program because I couldn't afford to pay for the training. So I was approved to go through the training to get my CDL. And a few days after that, the child support had removed my license. So it looks like my caseworker, and I've heard of similar things where the caseworkers move real fast. Like there's this coincidence of timing. They don't mess with you for a while. Then all of a sudden you go and you do something that flags their computer where you're trying to get on your feet. Boom. Oh, no. We'll take his license. And that's, they keep you in the system like that too, and all this stuff. But anyway, it's already been going on. And now we're there, dude. I've been fucking, like, me and countless others have been canceled on so many fucking levels these days. It's ridiculous, dude. I can barely promote anything that I do, just because of who I am and what I stand for. So I think we already lost, man. And I look around and the most rebellious people who should be standing up to the globalists and they're buying their movies. They're giving them money. Yeah. They're buying their trash video games that is going to suck and not worth the money, and it's just cattle behavior, man. So I feel like I'm at the point where I'm like, who cares anymore? It's like habit for me to care, but I'm like, not enough people out there give a fuck. So I just want to try to reach my goals, make my comic books, make my video games, all the movies and things that I've wanted to do for years, and try and stay the fuck out of the way. But it's impossible. It's absolutely impossible, man. If people get upset about me talking about this shit, fuck you. You're a bitch. Any of you getting upset about this, you're a fucking bitch. I don't care. I don't care about you. You're cattle. Fuck off. I'm tired of caring anymore, man. You know what I mean? Caring for people who don't give a fuck about themselves. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, I look at, the example of the light bulb, the development of the light bulb. He had a 2-story house and he would discard the ones that didn't work out the window. But by the time, 1,000 something bulbs, by the time he created the first light bulb that worked with Westinghouse, and
a whole team of other people working for him, probably.
The pile of old bulbs that he had thrown out that window reached the window, and it was a 2-story house. He just discarded them out that window, and it was up to the window by the time he developed it. just persistence, and that bulb with that thick filament is still on display and still burning today, still lit up today. And so you see, I've never had a bulb burn for over 100 years. They put these weak ass filaments in there that break so easily. Sometimes, 15 minutes after you just bought them and put them in. And now they've got these corkscrew LED that doesn't give you true light spectrum. It's like, oh man, we're screwed when they go after the light bulb. Light bulbs really revolutionize things.
They prey on us. Look at computers, computer components. It's all a scam. Like they could develop and design and build. Thanks, Ryan. I'm not doing anything just yet. I was using the Brain Cage channel, and I don't know what Tank's doing with it. I think Tank left Brain Cage. I can't talk to him.
Well, I know he's in, moving out of LA, out of state, and I know his younger brother passed away. But other than that, I don't know much,
Well, it looks like he also had his other family emergencies, but after that,
I don't know what's up. He's not talking to me. He's apparently talking to some other people, working for them, with them, whatever, on different projects. I don't know what's going on. And it looks like, I don't know. It looks like they're him and some of the, he's basically working with people who said, fuck you to me in the past, who, so it kind of looks like it's like he left and he's working with, I don't know, people who didn't want to work with me or something. I don't know what's going on. It's just that in the middle of my campaign, all of a sudden I got guys who I've been working with for over 3 years suddenly just disappear on me. One of them say, fuck you, you're a homophobe and a sexist and racist and all that SJW shit. It's just weird. There's weird shit going on. I don't know what it is. So right now I'm only focusing on the people that I know are reliable, that are still working with me for sure. And I'm basically getting rid of all the content that those guys have developed, that have left and all that. I don't want any headaches down the road. I don't want them coming and saying, you stole my content, any of that kind of shit, So I don't know. You can't build a business like that. Like when you're building a company, you can't just stop and go disappear for a while. Even if you're going through some shit, you still have to talk to people. You still got to have some meetings once in a while. Like I had a trouble for about 2 months.
That's what contracts.
And I couldn't stream. I couldn't do stuff for a couple months, but I was still able to get into meetings with the team, and still able to do some networking and things like that and keep in contact, Yeah, Ryan, they are control freaks. Absolutely. And it's, I'm their antithesis.
Were they not
I think he's talking about the globalists. Are you talking about the globalists, Ryan? I'm definitely their antithesis. I'm an anarchist agnostic.
Were they not contractually obligated in these cases? Did you not have?
We don't have contracts yet.
And, so this is the problem I see with CG is I keep hearing this over and over again. There's never seems to be any sort of contract, and people are constantly having falling out. I'm not
a team member was supposed to do, Lorenzo. That was something a team member was supposed. I'm not going to name who it is. I'm not going to play that game and talk shit about anyone. But one of the main team members was supposed to have. He even said he had contracts ready every time there was supposed to be a meeting where we were going to talk it over and work on it. Never happened. So that's where I was at. Like I said, I'm a delegator. I'm president of the company. Presidents can't do all the stuff. You know what I mean? Like you don't see a president go.
Okay, I'm just saying this. Like if this kept happening to me again and again, I might next time around get a contract. It didn't keep
happening. Yes, of course.
Hire a lawyer, get a contract.
Yeah, it's.
But I don't want to get in the middle of this. I don't know what's going on with Tank Ferret. I've been friends with the guy for years, but you lose contact with the guy.
I like Tank, and Tank delivered on some things really well, man. Like Tank
was there. He's a good artist.
He was out there promoting my Gun Demon. He was in my corner.
He's really good at that.
He's a great guy. I like Tank. I don't know if it's just that I'm saying these things because I've been around the block. Okay. I've been betrayed many, many, many times by people I trusted who were in teams with me, guys that I relied on. And I see a lot of the same signs. It looks like there's something going on. behind the scenes, and I don't know if it is or not. But that's what's basically, Brain Cage isn't falling apart or quitting. It's just like anything, people are coming and going. It's just, it happens to every company. It happens to every
Yeah,
store.
and I'm not a businessman, and it's not my right to say, oh, you need a contract or anything, but I just wonder if you might be better off with that, is all.
You are correct. You have to have the contracts. That's why I'm saying that was allegedly in the works by one of my top team members, and that was supposed to be done, and it didn't get done. And now here we are. So,
yeah, I heard one situation with CG where somebody hired an artist, and then the artist went and got distracted with another project. Years later, nobody got their book. And then the person went and criticized that artist and then got dogpiled by, people in CG, and then issued an apology to the person but I don't know the full story. Maybe there's a lot, maybe that's not what really happened. I don't know.
Well, I have a very strong team that are loyal and they're reliable. They produce premium work, and we like working together. It's stress-free, 100% stress-free to work with Carlos Villa, one of the best fucking artists out there. Stefani Renee, no problem at all. Stefani and I jive. My whole Gun Demon team of John Howard, Cheese Windhaw, Paul Billick. Okay. I've got Christian Rossi. We work together great. We enjoy working together, do some good stuff together. These are tried and true professionals.
Oh, did you say Dillard?
No, not Dillard. No.
Oh, okay. Because I'm familiar with him. I like his artwork, but John who?
John Howard.
Oh, John Howard. Okay.
He's my pencil and layout guy on Gun Demon, and he's the artist. He's the penciler and inker on the Conan project we're working on. And
so
he's worked
so has he been the
for Marvel and Image.
Along?
Sorry, say what?
Has he been the penciler when you were on my show? Because I really like the artwork.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Are you still going to have, like on the first, I know Dan pulled out with War Hell. Are you still going to do the Mighty Mechalore as sort of a supplement or whatever? I
had to restructure it all. Now it's going to be Mecha Man issue 0. I changed the title of it to Mecha Man too. But now the Gun Demon, the people who backed that first campaign that I fucked up on, they're going to get Gun Demon #1 and Mecha Man issue 0. Just like before, it's just instead of World War Hell, it's now Mecha Man.
And then all complete. That's intriguing to me. It'll be 48 pages or what? What's the page count on?
Yeah, altogether it will be. Gun Demon #1 is 38 pages, and then Mecha Man issue 0 is 10 pages. Then the next book that I release in that universe is going to be Mecha Man issue 1, and that will have Gun Demon issue 0 in it. Now, something else I'm doing different too, and my backers will probably, so far all of them have really appreciated this, is that I've talked to at least, is I'm rewriting the whole story for Gun Demon. It's a whole new approach.
Okay.
I'm rewriting the script, and I think I sent it to you on Facebook, but you're not active there, Rex. Lorenzo, I can send you a copy of what I got so far, a sample, to show you the approach that I'm going for. But I think I've got, according to my proofreaders so far, some of them professional, others are fans of comics. According to them, I've got the right pacing. I've got the right amount of comedy, like the balance of comedy and horror and action and stuff like they were thinking Gun Demon would have. One of them told me it was like the coolest thing he's read in a while. I'm like, yes.
But now does that mess with the artwork? I don't know how much artwork you had.
No.
I know you had some up on the campaign.
No, see the pages that I had originally, those are now going to be Gun Demon issue 0. That's going to be in the Mecha Man campaign later.
Okay. So that'll be used. It's just going to not originally intended.
See, Gunny's origin story on Planet Hell, it was the first 10 pages of the original script. Okay. So it worked out perfectly. There's exactly 10 pages. So that's why I decided to end up doing that. And that could be an issue 0 because World War Hell left. I had to change everything. I had to sit around, think up what to do, redevelop everything. So, but I think it's going to end up being really great. People are hyped about Mecha Man now. Like a lot of the Gun Demon backers, all of them that I've spoken to said, wow, dude, that looks really awesome. Like really liking Mecha Man. And I've got a lot of Mecha Man in the actual Gun Demon #1 as well. He's in that. Farzan is the character's name. He's a Persian engine. He's like a Persian Tony Hawk or Tony Hawk. Tony Stark in a way, except he's not pompous. He's actually he's a humble guy. He's like a real life genius. Like if you've known any real life genius engineers or scientists, which I've known several, they're very humble. They're not like, hey, I'm the dude. Everybody's stupid compared to me. That's not how it works. That in the Dunning-Kruger effect, that's typically a newbie that talks like that acts like they know everything. It's different to be confident about something because you've done it a lot and you've got experience than it is to be like arrogant about it and be like, oh, I know all the stuff and you're dumb, that kind of thing. So Farzan's very much, personality-wise, he's very different, but he's the one who designed the mech suit. In my universe, he's the first human to successfully reverse engineer Seraphim technology. Seraphim are advanced.
So the origin story will now be in that 10-page supplemental, or I really don't want to call it a supplemental because that's pretty. I really like that idea. You're breaking the book up in smaller chunks and making 2 books, but you're still getting your 48-page count,
right? And see, in the case of the new story I'm writing, I'm still using most of the content, but what I've changed is the entire approach, like the way the narrative is handled. A lot of and I'm rewriting the scenes, all the stuff, everything I wrote before that was after the Planet Hell 10 pages. Everything after that, I'm just rewriting. So the story is pretty much the same, but I've had to change things like which characters are in it. Originally, it was going to be my character Celestian, and an artist that I paid did not do the Celestian design, and he disappeared. Took my money with him. I had a lot of logistical nightmares like that happen, where artists did not deliver, and it delayed me immensely.
And where you don't have a contract, you don't have any legal recourse to get your money back.
Well, even if you have a contract, it's still it's still you're not going to get your money back.
You got to go to court, and if they're out of state,
I can't afford that.
Yeah, really.
Oh yeah, and that's something I completely forgot. Yeah, you could go to court and end up, spending more money than you lost.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if they don't have it, you can sue them for it. But if they don't have it, it's a dry well. You're out money.
Well, that was
they can't be countersue too. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Do you realize that's Elon Musk's entire business strategy? How he made his money at PayPal and all that is they would literally steal money from people's accounts because they knew that those people didn't have enough money to be able to sue them. That was his whole business plan. He's a complete con man since day one.
You talk about page count on that one, but I've been meaning to ask you on the Conan graphic novel, is that going to be graphic novel size? I guess thickness, which those kind of varied, but I don't know what the page count was, but maybe up in 48. The 40s. What's the page count going to be on that? Or is 48. That fluid?
48 is what I consider, and based on basically what people in Comicsgate consider to be the minimum amount of pages for a graphic novel, 48 pages.
Is that what a graphic novel was?
And the reason I'm going with that amount is because a lot of the people, I learned from creators who fucked up, who made mistakes. We all make some mistakes, right? But some of them made some bad ones where they added more page count as a stretch goal. And hey, what up, Shadow? They added pages as a stretch goal, and then that has caused problems. Like Shinobi Sasquatch is one.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm staying away from that. I'm going to make sure we have what can be done. You know what I mean? Like that can be done in a decent amount of time. I don't want people to be waiting on my book for 3 years. I don't want that. I don't want to be that guy. I don't care what arguments people have. I want to get the shit done. It's taken me a while because this is all coming out of pocket, man, out of my girlfriend and I, it's all coming out, mostly all coming out of our pocket.
Lorenzo, do me a favor and drop that link again for Shadowhawk if he wants to come in here.
Yeah, get him on here. That's my brah.
Yeah, because I don't know if that link that I'm dropping is correct. I still don't know how you got in, but I'm glad you did. Yeah. Do you know graphic novels? I bought a bunch of them. In fact, some of the graphic novels I have are from back in the 80s because they were in my studio and didn't burn up my fire. So there's some of the oldest stuff I have still, like Bayo War, or not Bayo War, but Bayo. I remember Jerry Bingham did a oh, what am I thinking? Bayo, what was the old mythology? The with Grendel.
Beowulf?
Beowulf, yeah. He did Beowulf adaptation. Of course, the death of
Adaptation.
Adaptation. The death of Captain Marvel was the first Marvel one. But what was the page count on those? Do you know, Greg? I'm not sure how long a graphic novel was.
I know that I remember some annuals were like 60 pages, I think. And
hey, Shadow.
What's up, Shadow?
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
Look at that
Did the
icon.
link I sent work?
Here's a guy who's been
Yeah, the one you dropped, Lorenzo. I don't know what's going on with the Rex, but
Yeah, I don't know. Somehow I was able. It had worked for me somehow. Unless Rex had dropped a link earlier, and that's the one
I don't know what happened, but you know.
Hey, Greg, really good just to have a chance to talk to you, sir. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, he's been Shadowhawk, do me a favor in the chat and drop your link to your YouTube channel, will you?
Oh, sure.
There may be some people that haven't subscribed to Shadowhawk Talks, but he's got up some video and content now showing off some of his collection, and he's got a lot of different things in the work. Plus, you can see his new icon there. He used to have Salamandroid, and his middle daughter drew.
I know he's got a secret project. I'm really excited to hear about it and see about it. See something, man, big time.
Coming out next year, I believe.
You guys
I'm
really
gonna try to get it ready for next year. So
you guys have been amazingly supportive. Just amazingly
more details
supportive.
to come.
So I definitely want to be in your corner as much as possible. I wanted to back Devil Flyer already, but I've literally been that broke, Rex. I've been super broke.
Yeah, I figured that. You know, I'm
struggling to pay artists right now.
I know. If I make it another 2 weeks, I'll get my first paycheck. But I've only got 1 day so far, so on the books. So
I haven't seen it. It doesn't look like you've gotten any money since you went in demand, or if you did, it looks like people refunded or something.
No, nobody's refunded. But no, I haven't picked up any extra. And you know, in demand, I'll leave it up there for a little bit longer. But
I think I backed you like 3 or 4 times, right? So.
Yeah. Yep. And
yeah, maybe everybody who was interested backed it as soon as possible, or they don't have money like with Greg.
It was a slow crawl. It's like Greg said. You know, I know Fanta backed it later, and there were some other people that said I will back it when I get some money, and I understand that. Comics are a luxury. I've said that for a while now. You know, it's not a necessity, but it's a necessity that we need the modern day mythology. I think, there's something inherent that people need that in their lives to be mentally, balanced and productive. And they need not necessarily something to believe in, but they do need some escapism from the real mundane, in this modern era. I think other activities may have taken that, before the comic book, like fishing or other activities for people for entertainment. But now we live in a modern era where we have film and television, such a gaming and comics. There's such a variety, and comics is just a very small niche of that, but important, no doubt.
Yeah, and all those industries have been kind of taken over by these big corporate conglomerate.
Yeah.
Blobs. They're taking over everything, taking over all those.
That's why, I think CG is going to succeed. I think there's a renaissance going on with the independents. People Avenue. There's people like myself that's always wanted to make a comic book, but they didn't distribution is important, and this is a way you can directly sell to the person and not just have some obscure website out there. There's people like Brian Polito who's been doing it for decades, maybe close to 15, 20 years, I don't know. And people like Billy Tucci that's been doing it for a while. And so they've kind of been the trailblazers, really, when it comes to crowdfunding. And so now that they've kind of shined, come over here to Oregon, and live. There's a pathway, being the Lewis and Clarks of the thing that now I think, a lot of people are like myself and Shadowhawk and Greg and Lorenzo, you get known and you say, well, maybe I can produce something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is my, best shot. So
I don't know why your icon keeps disappearing, Shadowhawk. It did it.
I think it's something with my Wi-Fi. It's
did that last night where you have it and then it disappears.
Yeah. I think I got a bad Wi-Fi signal going on for some reason.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop out, guys, and I'll be in the chat. So, but Greg, I wanted to pop on and say hi to you. And,
awesome, brother.
Get a chance to
again.
Appreciate you coming.
Yeah, can't wait. Sometime we definitely need to just shoot the shit.
Oh, for sure, man. You gonna be doing any streaming soon, or?
Yeah, and this is the thing is I've been trying to. I've been reevaluating everything, Shadow, after people left Brain Cage and a lot of stuff has changed. And I've been reevaluating everything and including how I'm going to stream. And because that's my weak point, I think. I don't think I'm really good at streaming. I don't think maybe sometimes I might be interesting to listen to, or maybe sometimes I'm funny, but I don't think I'm that. You know what I mean? Like,
I think I don't know. Kind of developing that radio personality thing is
the thing is I'm a film director, and my whole thing has always been being behind the camera, developing the stories and all that, and directing people. And so that's a different mindset. I think I do all right. I think I do better than a lot of people do at streaming.
I
enjoyed
your stream.
Thank you. But I'm trying to figure out how to do it. And what I notice being the most interesting to more people is actually really well edited and well structured videos. And so I'm thinking that's because I'm a filmmaker, so I should be using those skills.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to start
right.
doing that kind of thing. I don't have my routine set up yet. Any type of production, you got to have your routine set up and your process. So I don't have that set up yet. I mean, I could just get on and just start winging it like I used to and just shoot the shit, but I don't know. I think I'm boring when I do that. Maybe sometimes I have something to talk about, but I don't know. I think I would do better if I'm doing more structured videos and everything that's a little more pro. So I am working on that right now.
There's also the issue of going on somebody's show versus hosting one's own show.
Yeah.
I think hosting one's own show can be kind of exhausting.
Oh yeah. Either way it is, but both are exhausting to me. I mean, you put hours a day doing it.
Yeah.
Like what the most exhausting thing for me is being on a stream where there's like a whole bunch of people and you got at least one guy that just does nothing but talk over everybody. The last stream appearance I was on was like that, and it just gets frustrating. It was even a topic I really was into and wanted to like talk about. And this one guy wouldn't let anybody talk for more than 30 seconds before he'd be and then, start like jibber jabbering. And the host just let him do it. And I'm just sitting there going, like,
it gets tiring.
Why am I here?
Yeah.
Just have that one guy on the show. You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. I mean, we're all going to interrupt each other to some degree because for one, it's the internet and there's latency. There's internet latency. Sometimes people think people are being rude, but they're not purposely interrupting. It's just internet latency. And also we're passionate about what we're talking about, right? We're into this stuff. So we're like, oh, wait a minute. I gotta interject. But there's an art to it. I might start doing hangout streams while I'm working on getting my videos going, because I definitely want my backers. I've got several backers. I've got 68 or something backers, I believe, somewhere around that area for Gun Demon. And I want them to feel like they can see updates and be able to reach me however they can. I'm not on Twitter. That's a problem. So I am on Instagram now. You can reach me on Instagram, Gun Demon Greg, or just Gregory L. Levite. You can find me. That's another way you can contact me. But I'm not taking off. Like just disappearing. The show must go on. So I'm trying to figure out what. I think I have ideas, and I think I'm probably going to be doing some short films. I've got some ideas for some short story. I haven't done short films in a little over 10 years or
Still
so.
working on that comedy?
Oh, with Rodney?
Still working
I don't know
on
what
that
Rodney's
comedy
doing, man.
project?
I don't know what Rodney's doing. It's hard to work with him. He's one of those guys that he's on the road all the time, and he's focused on his live show. And it's really difficult to get him into meetings. I believe we're going to make his movie. It's just going to take longer to, because he's really busy and I'm really busy. So
I want to show you my trailer, my lengthier trailer that Good Stuff did for me, Greg. I don't know if you've seen it. So
probably.
Probably. Okay.
Probably. I'm pretty sure. I've been keeping up with your stuff, but I may not have seen it. But definitely show it though for anybody who hasn't.
Oh. There we go. Well, a little lengthy there, but I'll put that at the end, get a shorter version for the start of it.
Yeah, that works good, man. Absolutely.
Yeah, he basically did that pretty much as a favor. I tell you, he's,
nice.
Wanted to do it, and even thank me for the opportunity of doing it. But yeah, I think he did a phenomenal job for what I paid for it.
Getting ready to work on a Gun Demon cinematic trailer with Pedro Ang here in the near future. So that's going to be cool. It's when I say cinematic, I mean it's basically structured like it's a movie trailer. And the reason I'm going that route is because I'm going to use it as proof of concept for the movie as well as the comic book. So I want to capture the atmosphere and the style of Gun Demon in it. So I'm going to be working on that. So
yeah, that's great about the Conan. I mean, something new, something fresh, in conjunction with Gun Demon. And sometimes it does, you have to take a step back. I know I've been taking more time working with artists, getting them, working on certain things and in the works while I think about, okay, how do I want to do this? Even giving some thoughts of not just doubling up and giving people the same ash can, but perhaps taking some of this commissioned artwork and making a separate book and still making an ash can size. That way they get 2 books unexpectedly, not just double or triple or quadruple. Like, Shadowhawk maybe got 6 books, let's say, coming to him. He'll get 3 of one and 3 of the other, best of both worlds, and get some of that commissioned artwork that I've paid for. I might as well,
Mm-hmm.
I paid for it. It's paid for. I just have to get scans of it and get it put in book form, and that's not going to be that big a deal when it comes to shut it down that day or the next day. It'll be going to the printers and then distributed out. People have their book. No wait, no delay. All the work's being done on it,
I love the idea of. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I still have time while it's up still to put together, to get that artwork in from Vic or other artists and put it together a second book that can go out with the ash can. The perks may not have been there on the campaign because it was a crappy campaign as far as its look and put together. I'll admit to that. But like I said, I was scared of even doing the 30 days. I would prefer to do that and then renew it 30 days and get a bump. And I do expect to do that on the larger 48 pager, which I think my book is going to been fluid. I'm shooting for a minimum 48 pages easy, but it will probably grow because it out of necessity. So actually they'll get more. And I don't think the price point between like a 48 and a 56 is probably that much difference.
It's a good bit different. Yeah. That's a lot more money. It depends on how much your page production costs. For me, it'd be a lot more money. Yeah.
Okay. Well, perhaps so.
Yeah. Definitely. And also printing. And now we have this engineered paper shortage bullshit going on where the paper exists. It's just sitting, not being fucking used so that they can rack up prices, the fucking bitches.
Yeah, I've got to wonder, just with the shortage on the baby food, how much of that is going down to the border?
It's all engineer. It's not border. It's just all they're. Man, you don't want to talk about this with me on your show.
Oh, I know, but I'm sure a lot of it is going down at the border.
I can tell you what's going on. I've been tracking the progress of all this the whole time. I can tell you. I'm not going to sit on your show. Man, people keep fucking alienating me because of talking about this kind of stuff,
Well, look into just take a look at the Ethiopian famine. I won't talk about it on air, but you can look at it. I'll just say it's my understanding. I could be wrong. That's my understanding that maybe there was some food, but it might not have gotten distributed to the people who needed it.
Same with India. The British throne did that to India.
Well, I heard the same thing maybe even with the potato famine, that it wasn't only potatoes that was being grown, but it's just.
Yeah, so Shadow, that project there, and I think big reason why I jumped on it without even thinking twice about it was I've been basically training my entire life to be a Star Wars writer and director and content developer. That was my whole goal for a long, until maybe since The Force Awakens. Once I saw that, I said, "Oh, I'll never get in there because they don't care about talent. And they don't care about Star Wars." But that was my whole goal at life, was to be the next Lucas, and that's what I was training to do. So I had to learn how to develop content, new, fresh content in an existing world, so that new content fits in it. And that's something I don't think a lot of developers learn these days. They learn how to make up their own thing. And a lot of times they don't even go very in depth at that, but you put them in another universe, they don't know what to do. And so I like the idea. In fact, I love the idea of preserving these old characters, these old IPs that are such treasures, bring them to the new generation. Yeah. And if you look at Hollywood and these other mainstream douchebags, they don't, like you said earlier, risk takers. They don't take risks. What I'm doing with Conan is a bit of a risk because it's not what's been done with Conan before that maybe Conan fans might expect. Like taking it to
Right.
high fantasy might
So-
turn some of them off.
Well,
Wait, so
I-
you don't have like a
It is
whole
risk in some ways. What's that?
committee of people, a committee of business executives to tell you
Right.
writing your Conan story?
Well, you know, you got on a
I think that's
stream
what Hollywood
on
does. Is they have a
Lorenzo's
committee.
channel, and I believe it's on Lorenzo's channel, and somebody on there, I don't know who it was, George or who it was, but they were saying public domain is a waste. You can't make money off public domain, and I don't agree with that.
Look at
I
Battle
think
Brick
the
Road.
argument
Yeah,
may have
yeah.
been
Look at
that
Battle Brick.
anybody
Brick
can
Road
take the
kicked ass,
story
man.
and
Just
do their
look
own
at
thing.
Battle Brick Road. Yeah,
Beautiful. That's Wizard of Oz right there. That's public domain. They can
Yeah.
fuck
Yeah,
with it.
I
That's
think
the
the
idea.
argument was that somebody could that somebody else could go and do something with your. On the other hand, that could happen anyway. Somebody could you can make something like you could make you could be DC or Marvel, and somebody's going to make a porn parody of it or whatever. So it's probably going to happen either way. So.
Well, the advantage, what you said a minute ago, Lorenzo, about not having heads above me that are like pulling the strings and all that kind of stuff. What we do in Brain Cage is known as agile development, in which you do enough research so that you feel like you know what's going on in the market and what you need to do with your product. And once you feel confident about that, you act on it and you do it. Whereas these big companies, they've got to go through 6 months, a year, sometimes many years.
Yeah, you're botting there a little bit, Greg.
To get it started.
You're roboting.
Oh, great. Let me restart.
No, just whatever you were saying. Okay. Well, anyway, yeah, I disagree with that vehemently, and I try and provide proof with my argument. And I brought up that day about Black Terror being public IP. That that there's a campaign that at the time was over $30,000 with the Black Terror, and certainly the original Dracula is turning 100 this year. And there's a couple of different comics exploring those vampire tales, and they're doing well. So his argument that day was that public domain stuff is not as profitable or couldn't be as profitable as your own original IP. And I don't know about that. It's
preposterous
to me. Is it a $30,000 campaign on a public domain character is awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, there were too many. I had too many panelists on it once too, and you guys were guys weren't able to talk because everybody's talking at once, and so that was my fault. And I think maybe people were just kind of talking past each other because there were so many people.
And they had like 3 subjects going at the same time. And I kept coming back to that because I feel strongly about that yes, public domain is a mine that may have been mined in the past, but with the proper resources and the proper approach, you can still find gold and silver or whatever you're looking for.
This is what it all boils down to, my friend. I'm sorry to interrupt there. It all boils down to this. There are variables. People develop those ludicrous biases because we have a pattern recognition system in our brain that's always looking for patterns. Even if they're not there, that system is looking for them. And what these guys will see is they see several failures of public domain launches. And then their mind says, oh, there's a pattern. It's got to be because it's public domain. It couldn't possibly be because they were bad art. It wasn't marketed right. It wasn't, you know what I mean? There are all these things. I guarantee you, if you've got enough, if you've got marketing power, you got supporters, whatever, you can do anything.
Yeah. If you could, if you could take an original IP and market it crappy, and it would do the same thing as, if it was a public domain project, marketed crappy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as you said, there were maybe like 3 different conversations going on. So there wasn't really much room for nuance or anything in what people were saying. And so I think.
Well, I kind of lifted from Greg a phrase. I'm going to call bullshit on that. You know, because when he's saying that, when he was saying that there's not any, he wasn't offering me anything. I just said, a $30,000 campaign for but now here he didn't lead off with that. See, he did Monster MD first, and now everybody's gotten it in. It's a big thick book. I can attest to that because I backed it, and I haven't read it, but I mean it looks like a lot of fun. I'm sure I will enjoy it.
Hey, be right back. Sorry.
And he had a lot of good reviews, and then he can go into reimagining a public domain character and immediately come off one success into another. I like his cartoony style, his animated type style. Looks a lot of fun. And I don't think, if presented right, that people care if it's public domain or not. If it looks fun, if it looks entertaining, if it looks like you're possibly taking it in a new direction, or like Greg was saying about the Conan, he's going to beef him up in a lot of tech ways that hasn't been seen before. As my own properties, it's like I'm going to have like 3 silver boas. I'm going to have a modern day, I'm going to have his father, and I'm going to have his great grandfather, a more retro primitive version of him in part of the storyline where he's passing down the mantle, the legacy. And it will tie in with modern heroes immediately, probably in the first story, because I want that interconnected universe, and the more IPs that I can work in to my book, then I have copyright protection at that point. Monster MD is one of my top CG projects so far. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some people on here who have backed some projects and rank, what do they consider, their top or lower things that they back,
My favorite so far, Company Men. The Company
Man's just arriving in people's hands for sure. Yeah, I'm hoping
it's fabulous.
I'm hoping this week to get in a couple projects, Oddity and Fiendish.
The funny thing is my favorite CG books come from Aussies, because you got Company Men, and then there's the Replicator. Love fucking Replicator, man. It's fucking really cool.
Well, now I think
and the Lucent.
Those are my favorites so far. What is it called? Have you checked out the Reanimate project from Manticore and Smirk from Australia?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I love those guys.
That looks like it's going to be great, and it has Vic King art in it. And they definitely have the concepts down, with AI and the tech stuff. And I know a large portion of that, like 10 pages of that, is like a dream sequence. So you can kind of go anywhere with that, within the story frame.
By the way, I wanted to ask Shadow something really quick. Shadow, did I send you the sample of the new Gun Demon script yet? So I wanted you to check it out if you had the time and see.
And I will.
One of my big backers. I wanted to see.
I will go over there on Facebook and check that out, Greg. If you shared that to me, I just sporadically get on Facebook and don't spend enough time on there. I know, but
well, Yodam gave me the best possible feedback I could have got. It lit me up. Like, it just made me so happy. He loved the jokes, the action, all the stuff. He's really pumped for it. That was awesome. He didn't have to tell me all that stuff. He could have just been like, yeah, it's okay, it's cool, whatever. But he broke down what he really liked about it, and I was really happy because it had the effect that I was going for. You never know when you're writing, you're directing, any of that kind of stuff, if people are going to get what get out of it what you're hoping, that what you're setting out for them to get out of it. And when you get that response, it's always nice. Like Alfred Hitchcock, when he went, when he launched Psycho, he went and disguised himself into just some local theater. He didn't go to the big release, Hollywood release. He went to a local theater, disguised. And when he saw people reacting the way that he had hoped for, he went out into the empty lobby and was like, "Woo, yeah!" And he celebrated. And he freaked out because he got those responses that he had hoped, that he had shot for. It's that kind of thing, like a lot of times. Sorry. Hold on, I gotta take this. I'll be right back.
Business man, yeah. Well, let's see. The show doesn't stop just because he's got a telephone call. He'll be back in a minute. Robin 2, The Joker's Wild, number 2. This is the 4-issue miniseries. Oh gosh, written by Chuck Dixon and Tom Lyle, who sadly passed away about a year ago, I guess. Illustrated it. I'm not sure who did the cover, if this is Tom Lyle artwork or not, but this is one of those holographic covers that they did in that series. I see Greg's back now. So, boom. There we go. Hope we didn't interrupt some business deal there.
Not really, no. That was my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
She's at work. Just needed
doing okay?
Oh yeah, she's doing good.
Yeah. Is that your vacuum cleaner behind you there? The handle? What is that?
That's a guitar.
Oh, that's a guitar. That's right. Okay, I see it now. Yeah. I know you play.
It's out of tune horribly. Ooh, that's way out. It's a trash guitar to begin with. I borrowed it from a buddy. I don't own an acoustic. Too broke.
Yeah.
A Gun Demon gets all my money.
So, are you still renting the laptop?
Yes.
Because I know yours crashed.
Yeah, my hard drive, my computer hard drive did. And I'm rent to owning a laptop.
And what the bad thing is, you didn't retrieve everything off of there, did you?
Not yet. I probably will be able to, but I just can't afford to go to a tech right now.
Right. You have to have a special tech to be able to get in there and retrieve that and save that somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah. And with all the money going out to Gundam and Mecha Man right now, I just can't do it, even though it is necessary for the project. At the same time, it's like, when you have a limited amount of money, you have to decide where it goes.
I know what you mean. I mean, I've had no problem, spending the money from the ash can, because I know that other money's going to be coming in by the time I get ready to print, and I know what my print cost is. And so I just put that into commissioning and furthering along the other book, and I really wasn't expecting the payout on the ash can to begin with. I thought that you actually had to close it out completely, but apparently not. After a couple weeks of being the campaign done with the 60 days or whatever you run it for, they actually pay you a portion of that and save enough for refunds or for damaged goods, or whatever. They hold back a little bit and then, take out, of course, their fees. And then I know you can leave it in demand for like 6 months. And if there isn't any activity within that 6 months, they'll politely ask you to close it out because it's not doing any business. But now if you get at least one backer during that time, I guess that extends that. I don't know, but it's not going to be in demand that much longer. I would like to get my mail up first for the larger 48 pages, which will probably be larger than 48 pages, but I'm going to try and keep it as close as I can to that. When you can't just add one page, right? It's like, it's a wrap. You got to add 4x4s, right? Every time you add quote to it, you have to add 4 pages, basically. The way the book's made, you have front, back.
My buddy Ninja's hanging out with me.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
hey, pretty kitty.
And I'm glad to see that it's not winter weather there anymore.
Oh man, it was awful.
This is an off season, generally I would have already been working about about a month and a half by now, and I just did my first day Friday, and the bugs aren't even bad yet. They're going to get bad, but we're getting started late in the season this year, which has been good for developing other things, but not good on the wallet.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Nothing is stable these days, I don't think.
Yeah, but I've had I accidentally made a good impression on my new comic book owner. He owns a comic book shop, and I backed into his van and caved in a little bit of his van there with my thumper. So I'm gonna get some insurance money, I think, and that'll kind of make up for the month that I've lost. So I do have to meter it out. I want to get things done and developed, for Devil Flyer for sure. And hopefully once that gets, some backers on there and get that money in, we can get it all completed. But the upfront money, if you're not going to draw it yourself, ink it yourself, letter it yourself, or color it yourself, or whatever. And there's ways to do that. Look at roach balls. Yeah. Look at even the Lucent, which is a totally different way of doing it. But both, low tech and high tech way of making.
Wait, is roach balls all one guy, or is it a team?
I believe roach balls is all one person.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
yeah. But it's more of like, has that underground feel to it.
Yeah. I think it's. I actually think that's got a very unique look to it.
Definitely. It's one of the most unique CG, and I think.
Yeah, I think so
that
too.
That boosted him more than anything was those trailers that he first put out. They were really attention grabbing, and then he, came out with the book, and there was a lot of people stoked for the book. And I don't know where he launched from, probably Michael Bancroft. I did approach Bancroft on launching the 48 pager, but really I wasn't ready at that point. There's so much more that needed development. Even though I had the main 29 pages done, all it needed was coloring. It was deemed by him as not, up to his standard. Well, I'm hoping with all this other backup stories and other things, once I get it better developed, I'll resubmit it to him, and he'll want to launch me. But if he doesn't, somebody else will.
Yeah, there's another channel. I don't know if it's Cyber Valkyrie or something, but I heard that books on there.
Uh-huh.
They always get funded, pretty much. I don't know. I mean,
yeah,
I heard always. I don't know for certain.
Of course, on there they've got a calendar, and you've got to play by that, and they're booked up for
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. So
yeah.
Imagine Bancroft's kind of like that too.
I reached out to her first, but I thought somebody convinced me, to reach out to Michael, and I thought, well, if I can get on a larger platform, I will.
Yeah, I think especially at first, it's good to go on a YouTube channel and whatnot. Now, in the long run, I know some creators who barely even use YouTube at all. And it sounds kind of like that's maybe what Greg's might be doing in the future, is being as much of a YouTuber, but
yeah,
because there's all sorts of different models. I know
there's different approaches.
Yeah, because EVS like EVS not only is known from DC, but he plays, plays the keyboard. He does all, he's an entertainer. And so he's got multiple things going for him. Not everybody who's.
And Greg, if you want to resend that to me, I don't know if that stuff times out on Facebook. I'd be glad to read it and give you some feedback on it.
Okay. I can't remember.
I appreciate you.
I'll do it right now. I'll check right now to make sure. Because I definitely wanted you to read it. You were somebody I would definitely wanted to read it. And I'm glad Shadow is going to read it too. He's one of my main backers. So I want to get input from him. I want to make sure that my backers are, they like it. They like what's going on. And if I can change anything to improve it, then I will do that.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much the origin story, I mean, you can make it work, but it has been done to death, especially in the movies. It's like, well, the obligatory first movie must be an origin movie. Not necessarily.
I agree.
But now sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. You get a smattering, just a hint at Devil Flyer's origin. But now, let's see. I guess you kind of get an origin story with my Bog character. You definitely get a origin. Well, not really an origin story, but you get a first look at another character, Dirty Joe, that's in my in the story that Hockey did for me. So you do get some origin stories, I suppose, but they're not quite origin stories.
So I was curious, though. Yeah, sorry to.
I was just going to say one piece of the puzzle.
So, like, what I was trying to get at as far as, obviously, you've got this YouTube show, and I think it's really cool. However, I'm wondering if, like, you might find something, if things don't work as far as you launching on a big show. I'm wondering if other things, like, say you're advertising with Alterna and things like that. I wonder if you might stumble upon something else that gets you exposure besides just YouTube. Because YouTube's just such a limited platform as well.
Well, I tell you, I do. I co-host with Apex. In fact, Greg, aren't we having you on next week?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll be seeing you Saturday night at midnight.
Okay. I was going to ask because I forgot what day and all that.
It's Saturday at midnight, early Sunday morning. Yeah. And that's Central Time. That's our time, Central Time.
Okay, so that would be 1 a.m. my time, I think.
1 a.m. your time if you're on Eastern Time. Yeah. And looking forward to that. But there was a gentleman, Ibex, and I haven't seen Ibex around lately, but then I haven't been hitting as many chats recently as I probably should. But I do spend, what I feel is a healthy amount of time on YouTube and try and hit the main point.
My point is, like, you, besides YouTube, you're also, like, advertising with Alterna and stuff, because I think YouTube's an important part of the puzzle, but not the only thing.
My story about that was we had Ibex on there talking about his IP and his book and everything. And I looked at and subscribed to his channel. He had like 6 videos up. And I had 60 videos up. I had a lot of content by that point in a very short time. I mean, in a little over 4 months, I've got hundreds of videos up or whatever. But it's not about quantity, basically. It's about networking, because he had 6 and he had about the same amount of subscribers as I did. That's what blew me away. And he only had 6 videos up. Apex is a good dude as well. I'm hoping to use him for possible stretch goals. Yeah, that's kind of what I may make that as a stretch goal. Add Apex's Sea Demon story to the main story. If we reach a certain financial thing, it'll probably make it in anyway. But
So it should be interesting. So have you advertised this current campaign at all, or is it the upcoming one that you advertise in Alterna? Because
Well, both really. Both the ads
Huh.
were kind of both. You know, the black and white ash can. I had a Q code on every ad that would lead you to the current campaign. Of course, you know, I didn't have the larger book up by that time, so we couldn't link that up. But now they'll be able to see the trailer. I'll probably use the same trailer uh, for the campaign for the larger book.
I wonder if anybody discovered you through Alterna. If there's any way you can keep track of.
Well, if they have, it hasn't turned into any new backers. But then again, I've not been. That's kind of been an unconventional where I've not been going on and shilling that campaign like I will the normal campaign. The normal, you know,
Yeah,
full
I haven't seen
size
you tweet about it
campaign. I
much.
will be going on Don Chin. I will be going on. Now, I did with this. I did go on. And talk on very early on back in December of last year. I went on the first show I ever went on was November with Red Valkyrie, and then was the first show I got on, and then the second show I got on was with Billy Tucci, and now on Pop XP. But that was back in December.
Oh, Red Valkyrie. Is that the channel I was talking about earlier?
Yeah, Red Valkyrie, and I'm on Red
so you have been
Valkyrie's.
on it. Okay.
I'm on Red Valkyrie's channel every Friday or have been. Now, this past Friday I worked, so I wasn't able to be on there, but it'll probably be fall before I can be on there again. First thing, same thing with topic lists. I might be able to do topic lists this week, but next week will probably be out. I don't know. It just depends on my work schedule. But now the Apex Comics interviews won't be affected. That falls on the weekend and late at night. So, although I worked late, you know, I didn't get in Friday till like 1:20 in the morning.
Yeah, Apex hosts a cool show.
The main thing that hurts
comes on.
The main thing that hurts that show lining up things is the time. I know.
Yeah,
I suggested we're going to have Joe Sontag on, but now apparently we had to work with his schedule, and it's on a Thursday, and I'm not sure on that time, but it's coming up here next month, the first Thursday of next month, whatever that falls on the calendar. He'll have Joe Sontag on, and I'll be on there if I'm not working.
Yeah, you get some really cool guests on. Probably would be easier to watch if somebody lived on say the Pacific Coast. It might it'd be on earlier. But Eastern Standard Time, it's a little difficult because it's like.
Well, now that I'm doing some StreamYards, I mean, like starting out this week, I had my first interview with Miss Rena in her Black Rhapsody. So at some future point, I hope to have Greg on and others that are doing their books and or their projects that are in development, and do some more interviews.
Anytime.
Yeah, that sounds really cool.
Yeah,
Miss Rena has an interesting looking book.
Right now, I'm trying to set up. It won't be at my usual time probably because I'm having to work with his. But pretty soon here, I'll be having Peter Samedi come on and talk about King Cryptid. That's out.
Cool.
Oh, that's cool.
So I've got some things in the works. I'm not pressing too hard on people with Miss Rena. Yeah. It was just we were interviewing her that Sunday morning, so. I said, would you like to come on and talk about your book? Because she's pretty much did the convention circuit, and I thought, I could add a new channel, a new face, and do my first interview. So that was a no-brainer just to ask her if she'd like to come on. But Peter Samedi
seems to be doing a really good job.
I saw on Twitter say that he would go on some shows. So I contacted him, didn't get a response. Then I contacted him again, and he responded just today.
Who's this?
So he'll be on pretty soon.
Who's this? I didn't hear who he said.
Peter Samedi from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've heard he's real busy.
Yeah, well,
He-
he's busy, but he's
He's a
out
publisher.
there.
Hell yeah, he's busy.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, he's a busy
exactly.
man. Yeah, one of the busiest guys out there because he's a publisher.
Yeah.
Many titles. But now he's got a good, reliable printer. I was overall very pleased with the way my ads were printed and the books looked. I do think he's got a few problems, and I'll address those with him because I did work for World Color and Renier in a printing binding, and I do know something about printing, and I do think there are some problems that I don't know that he's addressed with the printer but need to be addressed, you know. And I've talked about them on this channel. His staples are being struck too deeply into the book. They're getting hit too hard, and they're actually damaging and warping his covers because his cover stock is not that thick.
No, that's too bad. I've
Yeah.
seen some awesome cover
And
art.
I don't know if he notices that, but I just want to address that with him.
He's got some really good
And
covers
what
too.
better way to do it than in person?
Yeah.
One on one. And I can show him, the books that I've gotten in. He knows
Yeah.
I'm a big supporter. I'm a monthly supporter of Alterna for 99
Do
cents.
you think that might come across as a little confrontational, though?
No, I mean, if
Okay.
done, I can be professional and say, look, I've been in
I
printing,
see.
and I do see these. I don't know if you've addressed this with your printer. I think overall you're doing a knockout job for the price point, but I think you need to talk to your printer because it's really the manager or the main operator, because he has to pull a book every hour and do quality control. He should be pulling a book every hour and be looking for that, or the
Yeah.
way the are the pages in order. He's got to flip through that and inspect that and make sure that some form wasn't put in upside down. If something was put in upside down, or something got screwed up, this is in the wrong place, he's got to stop that line, because you don't want to print 10,000 books that are wrong.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, that'd be a disaster.
And it's the same thing with the staples. If they're
Yeah.
not done right, it's warping. In his case, he's got a very thin cover stock, and it's really warping his books. So he may not be concerned about it, but I, as a consumer, I want a 10.0.
Yeah.
If I can get a 10.0. I don't want to get something that's less than quality.
And those old school comics were printed on newsprint.
And that's what he's printing on.
Yeah, exactly.
And the
That's why I brought
cover,
it up.
I don't know what paper stock that is, but I can tell it's a thinner paper stock, and often they're struck too deeply and they're warping his covers. And there's no way you'll get a 9.8, 9.6, or maybe even a 9.4 if you get them graded. And that's brand new off the press. There's no, that's preventable.
That's unfortunate.
With a little quality control, maybe it'll just take a word from Peter saying, hey, I've noticed this. And I'm speaking from experience because I've worked on a line. I've been a cover feeder. I know how the books are put together. I don't know how they're printed so much because I wasn't in the printing part. But I do know the binding side of it, and I know how they're distributed out, in mail bags and things. So I'm not just coming at him, this looks crappy.
I understand what you're saying.
If
I totally understand.
I think I can talk to him in a non-condescending way and say, look, I see a problem here, and what do you think? And possibly he'll appreciate me bringing that to his attention. I'm not doing it to be confrontational. I just want the alternative books to be the best books they are. And I don't know if he's addressed these problems with them, and this is something he's worked on, but I do think it is something he needs to work on with his printer, because if his books continue to come out this way, it's just a quality issue.
Oh, hey, Paul.
And a good printer should be able to fix that.
Yeah.
But I know I've seen some projects that have been miscut, all kinds of stuff. that should not happen, you know, and it's as bad as shipping your item off and it arrives to you damaged. You know, a little bit of bubble wrap goes a long way.
Oh, definitely.
Just a little bit of care, and that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
A little bit of care. They've got to pull this stuff off and send it to be inspected anyway to quality control. That's an operator. They're just not paying that, you know. But if you have the, you know, maybe Pete can just talk to his printer and mention it, and then it can be cleared up very easily.
Paul's wondering what's being discussed.
But if you don't discuss it, if you don't, you know, talk about the problems you see in the book, the quality of the books won't get any better. In fact, they might. Well, he'll accept that. He's accepted it in the past. Maybe the quality will even get worse over time.
Yeah.
If you don't say, look, you gave me the wrong order. I didn't order fries. If you don't complain, they don't know.
Yeah. Paul's wondering what's being discussed. We're talking about Peter Samedi and some of the books. What happened with the staples?
Yeah, I just mentioned that he'll be on my show here.
Yeah, but Paul's wondering.
Yeah.
We're
talking about
that later on.
Just some quality things issues that I saw, very minor things.
With alternate comics.
When I got my alternate. And I got 3 bundles. I got over 3 bundles of this last campaign. So I had some look better than others, you know. But yeah, on that staple strike, oh man, somebody needs to get on that.
Yeah, it's a shame because he's got some
if
quality
he had
artists. He's got some quality stories.
It probably wouldn't be that big an issue if he had a thicker cover, but he's got thin paper stock for the cover, and it's warping the covers even around the staples.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I know one of his stories was turned into a movie for on Amazon Prime. So
The Chair.
I know. Yeah, I know he's got some good stories, and I love the artwork. You know, he's got some quality artists. It's too bad that with the staples and maybe sounds like the paper quality could use maybe a little work, but because
I mean, overall, he's doing a great job. He's created this new character, King Cryptid, and through it came out on a Wednesday. He's been releasing, you know, these just one-off monster covers that actually he just did on a comic book board and bag. You know, that's what he works on often. It's just a comic book board, rather, not a bag, but the board, and does that original art for those covers. And he's been doing these monster covers, and he says, okay, that's going to be their first appearance. And now he's drawing it all together in King Cryptid. That's why I went back and gotten extras of those particular. It came out on a Wednesday because those are going to be the first appearances of those monster characters that he said that he was going to redo, you know, and draw all that together and make it into something in this King Cryptid. So
yeah, I'm a big fan of Christian Rossi's art. He's one of my favorites in this entire era right now. Like out of everybody, I love how he uses solid blacks. Most of the inkers these days are afraid to use solid black, and they use it very, very sparingly. He will drench a whole page in it, and it looks phenomenal. And so I love the books that he works on in Alterna. He's got Voidwalker and Ed Gein Demon Hunter.
When I think of blacks, I think of Bernie Wrightson. You know, not many people can do Bernie Wrightson stuff, though. It is a daunting thing, and I'm going to
add some Mignola in there too. He's got some Mignola, old Mignola style, and phenomenal, dude. He's one of the best in our era, in my opinion. Him and Stefani Renee are 2 of my all-time favorites right now, like that exist in this era right now.
Well, my next project, you know,
I get to work with both of them, dude.
I'm going to skip out.
So sick.
All the need for a colorist, and that right there is going to be a cost saver. But I think, you know, what I'm wanting to do is black and white and gray tone film noir type thing, set in the present, but also set in the 30s and in between, you know, at different eras of the story. And I think we've got a confident artist that can pull it off, do the research and do it. You know, Vic King, he's up and coming. and he's stoked for it. And that's what you need. You need people that are going to come on board that believe in your IP as much as you do, maybe even more so, and they're stoked to work on it. Yeah, he's an ink slinger. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I got to drop out. It's really hot over here. I don't have an air conditioner. And
yeah, we'll probably close the stream out anyway, Lorenzo. We've been going like 3 hours and 45 minutes almost.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's true. That I think the show was going before I even joined.
Oh yeah. I've been
Thanks
going
for showing up, Paul.
But yeah, it definitely. Does Paul have a wrench? I'm not looking through YouTube. I think he does. Most people that come on have a wrench.
Oh, he doesn't.
He doesn't?
I just checked.
Probably first time. I haven't seen him on here before. I messaged him on Instagram, let him know that we were streaming.
Oh, well, thanks for that. Yeah, there you go. There's something for showing up, Paul. I thought you'd been in here before.
Paul's a cook, and I spent a lot of time as a cook too. So we were comparing some horror stories of restaurants we worked at. It's a hell of an industry. You think comic book industry. Well, comic book industry is messed up, but so is service industry. It's a big fucking mess.
I've worked at a couple. I've worked for Perkins. I've worked at Ponchos. I've worked at restaurants before, so I know it really.
He's got over 20 years experience. I've got over 10 years, so we've worked at some pretty crazy places before.
I worked the lunch crowd at Perkins, and then they had me scheduled to come in late at night and do like the breakfast crowd. Well, I didn't do that menu. I wasn't trained to do that menu. I didn't know where anything was. And they put me with a guy that hired on that day. And after that, I said, don't do that to me again. I said, we had hour-long tickets. I didn't know what, put me with somebody at least who knows, if I say, go get me some bread, they know where the bread is. The next night, they did the same thing. They don't care. That's bad management. And the people
I don't like working in kitchens like that. I like to work in a place that's clean. And that the plates are clean, the food is good, and that I can take pride in it. I won't work at a restaurant unless all those things are in place, because it's why would you work in a slop house? It just makes no sense. But yeah, thanks for letting me on here. I am going to start streaming on my Gregory L. Levite YouTube channel here soon. I think might even do it tonight. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't really missed streaming, to be quite honest, but. I need to get back at it and all that. So I'm going to be doing that soon. But Lorenzo, good talking to you, brother. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here since we're closing down the stream and everything. I'm going to go ahead and jump off here, go grab something to eat.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the link to your channel.
That's all right. I just did.
Awesome.
Oh, you put it in there.
Or you mean Greg's channel?
Greg's channel.
Yeah, Gregory L. Levite channel.
Okay.
Yep, I only have like 14 subs on it because I've been using the other channel that is actually Tank's channel, but we repurposed it into Brain Cage, and so I haven't been building my channel all this time. But I don't know what he's. I don't know.
Now, are you still going to do the split channel thing where you have like the tinfoil hat stuff, and then are you going to?
I don't know, Rex. I don't know. I don't want to be a truther streamer guy. I really don't. Like, I want people to know, I want people to be warned about the threats that are out there, particularly people I like and that I respect and that I think are good people. That's why I bring it up some. But I don't want to be known for that. I want to be known for my awesome freaking books, my video games, the things I create. So it's like, I feel like if I did the, if I did the Nerd World Order channel, like I was talking about doing, I would probably end up building up a large channel over time, but I'd be locked into that kind of thing. And
I say what you mean,
man. I've got reservations about it. I want to sell comic books to everybody, not just people who are paying attention to the globalists, right? I want to sell them to also left wingers, right wingers, the people that fall for this stuff that the globalists do. I also want to sell comics to them. I also want to have friends who believe crap like that, that I don't agree with. I'm kind of old school when it like old school USA kind of mentality where we're allowed to disagree, It doesn't mean I'm going to hate you. You know, this social media has changed that to where people battle each other. Now it's like, oh, you're this way on fucking gun control. Oh, you're my enemy. You know, it's immature. It's
then Hollywood beats people over the head with.
The reason it's being done is to destroy our fucking nation, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, it's Marxism. Marxism is a weapon that is used to destabilize an entire country. That's exactly 100% what's going on, and we got to know about it. We got to pay attention to it.
I look at the tactics like death by 1,000 cuts. I've often said I would rather see the Nazis or whoever, my enemy, coming over the ridge. At least I would know who to fight. But all this little chihuahua nip at your heels and then back off and then hit you, you know, like a ferret or something, ambush you, you know, and bite you on the toe and then run away. I hate that, but that's what they're doing.
That's their weapon. Cuts. They can't invade our country and take over. I'd
rather see them come straight at me. At least I know what I'm fighting. But this cloak and dagger stuff is just ugh.
The worst part about it is this: it turns people against you, people you care about, people that you should be allied with, and working with, and all these other things. It turns them against you, and it surprises you who gets turned against you. You don't see it coming a lot of times. Some of the people, a lot of the people who now don't like me since the last 3 years or whatever, the pandemic, that I've been warning people about the pandemic. A lot of them are people I would have never guessed would ever go that way, that I would ever be against on anything. And be, never stop talking to. These are people I care about. Some of these people, most of the people, in fact, I know who got the jab are now fucking crazy.
Yeah.
They're not themselves anymore. They have massive memory loss.
Yeah.
Okay. That's one of the things. They seem to forget who the fuck you even are in their life. And who the fuck are you? Kind of,
I think that's why
they're very aggressive. It's made them very aggressive, as well. And it's just, everything is in place to destabilize. And I want to talk about it some, but I don't want it to be my identity.
If you make it your identity, then it'd be kind of like what the big two are doing, or Hollywood, where they're beating people over the head. But if you go about it in kind of a subtle way, people might actually listen.
There's no subtlety to what I do, and there can't be, because there's no subtle way to say that there's a small group of people that are ruling the entire fucking world and they're trying to kill most of us. You can't say that subtly though. They have the advantage of being the ones that control it all. So they get to steer things the way so they can be subtle.
Control the narrative.
But the people on our side, we need to be angry. We need to be ready to destroy things and fucking shoot motherfuckers. And
for legal purposes, I can't
endorse that, right?
Yeah.
But what you're
grow some nuts, son.
Yeah, but what you're saying,
grow some nuts.
Hey man, I have fucking nuts. I'm just not crazy.
They're killing us, dude.
They're
killing us.
So that's the thing, man. If you go around telling people to go around shooting people, I can see some people saying, I might need to disassociate with this guy.
Yeah, I get it.
If you go around like
tell me if I'm wrong or not, if people are trying to kill you, okay, and your family and your community, your entire country, Lorenzo, are you the one that's ethical by ignoring it?
No, the guy who goes around saying, go ahead and shoot somebody, it's typically a fucking fad that I should not trust,
Now listen, man, are you
sure you're not glowy, man?
What's that?
Are you sure you're not glowy? A fad?
Glowy.
I mean, you're going around telling people to shoot people. Yeah. That sounds like something a fed would say.
A what would say?
A fed.
A fed?
Yeah.
No, that's the last thing they want is us going after the globalists, dude. They want us believing in right wing, left wing, BLM, Antifa, all that nonsense, because that gets us away from the globalists. And the reason I get suspended and the right wingers don't, and for the most part, and the other ones like the BLMs don't, is because they are working for the end that the globalists want. Now, when you come out and you say, both sides are wrong, guys, in this thing, they're both working toward, our enemy's plans, you're not popular, and these platforms will get rid of you. So, and that's another reason also I don't want to go around and be known for this and all that kind of stuff. I don't want to be alienated from the nerd community. Right now.
Thanks for that.
Well, I'm a fucking nerd. These are my people. I don't want to be alienated from my people. You understand? But the thing is, I also don't like seeing like my people going along with things that harm them without them knowing. I got to tell them. But I'll tell you this, I have studied history, Lorenzo, and the reason I am at the shoot motherfuckers stage is that's what should have been done many decades, century ago, when these guys started doing these things in our country and people were civilized, and they allowed it to get to this point now to where people are, I don't need to tell you what point we're at. Okay. You study history, and when people don't go along with conquerors and they don't give them what they want, and instead they rise up against them, they typically end up winning decades or longer of peace as a result. It's bloody, it's painful, but not as bad as this death of 1,000 cuts. We're watching, dude, I've been sitting around watching family and friends dying and going loony, dude. What are you supposed to do? There's one thing to do to people who are killing your people. One. That's why I say
well, I've been on here a long time, and I'm overheating.
What else do you do? Do you ask them nicely to quit, Lorenzo? Come on, I'm being real with you. I'm not trying to be a dick. I know I come across as probably a dick when I say this shit, but I'm from that generation. Rex is from that generation. Somebody tries to harm your family, you fucking fight them. If they try to kill your family, you kill them. That's natural law. Okay? That's natural. You are supposed to have the right to defend yourself. So.
Oh, I support the Second Amendment. I'm just saying I'm not going to go on a YouTube stream and start talking about killing people.
That's understandable. I don't want to get people's channels in trouble either, but if you haven't noticed, that doesn't get anybody banned. So that, like
as far as that happened YouTube. To Alex Jones, and wouldn't that be the least likely guy to be banned?
No, Alex actually, every time they try to suppress Alex or anything like that, it's not them actually suppressing him. That's advertisement for Alex Jones. That gives him street cred because he works for them. Yeah, that's been evidenced now for the last 20 years.
Yeah, I don't trust Alex Jones.
Good. You shouldn't. Same with all those guys. David Icke, all those guys. It's all controlled opposition. Trump is controlled opposition as well. Biden, all of these guys work for the globalists. Biden's is really obvious because he's literally doing everything he can to destroy us, and he's doing it in the open. Trump's not quite so obvious because, well, he is to some people, but to a lot of right-wingers, they think they're doing the right thing by sticking with conservatism, but that's not what they're doing now. Okay, neither the left or the right are actually the left and the right, and they haven't been for years. They're just
I don't. It's funny because the one party will say, "Oh, I'm against this one thing," then the other party says, "Oh, I'm against that." So they're like, "Oh, I'm no longer against that." They just keep flipping. It's just like with wrestling, where Hulk Hogan's good guy, and then suddenly he turns heel.
Yep.
And those guys all hang out together too. I
want to thank my guest today for coming in here, Greg, and I know overheated Lorenzo there. Before I leave,
that's not overheated. That wasn't a heated debate. That was just fucking. That's just
talking. No, I'm physically overheating because it's like I don't know.
He's kind of been under the weather, so yeah, he's aggravating his celiac or whatever.
No, I just need to get some fresh air.
Yeah, before we leave though, I want to play Pedro's produced trailer.
Cool.
Well, I got to drop out of here, but take care. Thanks for having me on.
Okay, you too.
Always a pleasure, brother.
thanks again, Greg, for coming on and making it a successful show. Had a lot of fun.
Thanks for having me.
No
Hope
problem.
I didn't upset anybody too much or anything. I do man talk. Maybe that's my problem. Is I expect to do man talk on streams, and maybe I should do little girl talk where I just compliment people and just say nice and flowery things.
Well,
people like
we've
those
got enough.
people.
We have enough of those on there.
I think so too. I think that's a big problem, but whatever. Thank you so much. And guys, before I take off here, you can find me at on Instagram as Gun Demon Greg and Facebook as Gregory L. Levitt. And there's my YouTube channel, which I will start streaming on soon. I promise. I got to get back to streaming, but thank you so much, Rex.
We missed you. Yeah.
I miss you guys too. I mean, I jump around and I interact still as much as I can in the chats, but dude, I've had a lot to do.
Oh yeah.
The last couple months, I had to restructure the entire thing I've been working on for 3 years. So it's been.
We kind of been parallel because I mean, till you start a project and then you work with this artist and over here and that, and money wise, I got to put this toward that. I'd like to back that project, but I can't because I've got to pay these artists. It's same here, brother. Just I've had to think, certain things had to go by the wayside just to survive, and I totally understand that. Thank you, Shadowhawk, for coming in here a couple times. Yeah. Yeah, and I will check out that script, Greg, on Facebook. I'm glad you brought that to my attention again.
Cool.
And resent
Can't wait
that
to get
for
some
me.
input.
Yeah, I'd love to. And we will see you on Apex Comics Saturday at midnight,
Sir.
1 o'clock your time.
Not if I see you first, Buckaroo.
That's right. Don't be late. We have some great. Our last one was with Jason Bascom.
I saw it. I was in the chat.
Ink
yesterday.
Spots, and also had Frog G on there. Mm-hmm. And that was the first time, Jason said that was the first time all three were able to be on so maybe that time slot kind of helped out that, in that case.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first time they'd ever been on together talking about it.
That was cool.
And I think we covered a lot of topics with them, a lot of probing questions, got to hear some new stuff. I like to squeeze it for all it's worth and get as much information out as I can.
Oh, by the way, do you think it's comments like "grow some nuts" that pisses people off? Is that how I piss people off when I say shit like that?
It could be construed as offensive, but I've heard, the C word, the F word, you name it. I mean,
well, people are
really the only ones that you have to look out is for the little fairy type F word and the N word. That's really the only two, I think. Because I mean, really, we are playing in YouTube's playground. We don't own our channels.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about upsetting people on streams and stuff like that. Because I'm a blunt talker. Any and everything I've ever done has been under really critical analysis by everyone around me since I was a fucking kid. Mm-hmm. And I am, people shit on whatever I'm doing. That's the standard. And that's the same. About everybody goes through that. Unless they're like rich or people like want, there's something
on
about
YouTube. I see that a lot. But they want to dump on each other conversationally and try and provoke the other person to learn about that person or whatever their motivation is, to piss them off, to, one up them. The main thing is not to wear a chip on your shoulder, and not take any of this.
Well, I've upset some people that it surprised me. I thought I could guy talk with them, and they got upset. Yeah. And it's a different era, Rex, than the 80s for sure. In the 80s,
really surprised
me.
In
the 80s, if somebody told me, or if I told somebody to grow some nuts, then they would laugh and have a snappy comeback. Right. Now, and I'm not saying Lorenzo got upset or nothing like that. I'm just saying maybe that's the stuff that I do that people don't like. I don't think I don't fucking.
Well, a lot of people say, "Oh, that's
people."
That's confrontational, I guess.
They think that's confrontational. Yeah. They also think disagreeing is confrontational a lot of times. Like if somebody says, you know, like let's say Trump's going to save us. And I say, nah, he works for the globalists. You're their enemy now. You know, like I guarantee you, 100% can guarantee you there's at least a handful of shows that won't let me on there because I'm not a Trumpite.
Right.
A
Well,
Trumpist.
the one thing that you said that surprised me is that you actually had a couple people go, "Oh, you're a homophobe," or "You're this or that," you know, and actually
teammates
went,
even.
yeah. That's who need to grow some and see reality for what it is, you know.
He called me an anti-Semite, even though I'm out there telling people that it's pretty much not Jews that are using the Jewish influence and power to do these evil things. It's followers of Moloch who are the enemies of the Jews. And that makes me an anti-Semite for saying the same thing all my Jewish friends are telling me.
Yeah. Yeah.
For saying the same thing that, I mean.
Well, that makes as much sense. I know you're not a Trumper, but I mean, that makes as much sense as them calling Trump an anti-Semite when he has Jewish lineage, you know, in his family, you know.
Oh, he's connected with Israel and all that stuff. Yeah. But it makes no sense at all. And I'm not a homophobe. I don't feel the need to defend myself against such ridiculous fucking accusations anyways. As soon as he said that, I'm like, okay, I have no more respect for this guy.
Well, just like on our discussion about public domain characters, I mean, they throw this stuff out there like, well, I don't see. Well, okay, back it up. I could go to Indiegogo and say, look, here's a very successful, and there was others examples that I could have given at the time, you know, that were on Indiegogo too. There might have even been one that was over $100,000 campaign with a public domain thing. And so I, you know, if I don't just talk through my hat, like my friend says, I try and back up my argument and say, okay, here is my quote proof or what I'm saying.
I can usually do the same. In fact, I had a similar thing like just a week ago, a family member, okay, who had just got done complaining about how the vax had been rushed way too fast. And that's why people are getting hurt and all this stuff from it. Then 5 minutes later, I informed him Trump was the one who sped it up and was behind Operation Warp Speed and calls himself the father of the vax. Right. And he got upset. He said, "No, you're fucking crazy." And I said, "Dude, let me show you in his words. That I can show you the footage right now." And I'm here. Just calm down, buddy. Look, let me show you. But no, you're fucking crazy.
You can show the house. You can show. Look, you're atheist, aren't you?
No, I'm an agnostic.
You're an agnostic. Okay. Agnostic. Okay. So I'm a believer in Christ. Okay. So I'm a Christian. Last name's Christian. Can't run away from it. But that doesn't make you Christian. But anyway, what were we talking about? I lost my train of thought. What was the last thing you talked about?
We were talking about the
the vax and
about Trump is the one that sped it up and got it out in 6 months. Operation Warp Speed, and he's the father of the vax. And then the trumpet got upset and wouldn't look at the evidence that I had to present to him and just stormed out and called me crazy. This is what I've been dealing with for over 20 some years now that I've been paying attention to the globalists. All I do is repeat what world leaders say and repeat what their actions are. Okay.
That's what I was going to say.
It's okay for the New York Times. It's okay for any of them to say it. But once I do, I'm a fucking tinfoil hat Fruit Loop.
Well, you know, there are people that you're going to present. And like you say, their mindset is not, their receptors aren't up to receive what you're trying to give them. And that's obvious. You know, you can present them with evidence. And to me, even believing in Christ, the Bible says, you know, Jesus says, I could raise the dead in front of certain people and they still wouldn't believe it. Mm-hmm. You could, and that's pretty powerful if you think about it. If you knew this person, this cadaver here, this person in the mortuary was dead, rigor mortis there, cold. I found 2 people dead in my lifetime, fairly recently, actually, in the last few years. A couple, a neighbor and an employer. One had been dead for like 2.5 days, you know, and one found on Easter and one found on Labor Day. So don't come over my house on the holidays. You might not make it out alive. But regardless, that's pretty compelling. I mean, if you examine the body, they're dead, and he said I could raise them from the dead, and they still wouldn't believe me. And all facts.
I wouldn't believe it, Rex. I would need the body to be analyzed. I would need a scientific.
Let's say process. You had that all done.
However, it's different when I'm saying that Trump did and said a certain thing, and then I can show you him actually doing it and saying it.
Well,
and that's
all I'm saying is you can do all that, Greg. You can do the research. You can give people the facts, and if they don't want to believe it, or if their receptors aren't up, they've been brainwashed, whatever you want to say, to believe a certain way, they're not going to receive. It's like talking to a drunk man. If they're sober, they may be accepting of what you're saying, but in a drunk state, it's not clicking with them. And you can talk to a drunk and talk to a drunk, and you seem to keep coming back to the same thing with them when they're drunk.
Well,
I know you've experienced that.
It's reinforcement. Because once you've committed to supporting somebody, because by the way, I've fallen for similar things. I don't consider myself a superior human being because I didn't fall for Trump. Okay. I fell for Alex Jones back in 1999. I believed his bullshit for about 6 months. And then I saw that he was working for the globalists. He was a complete fake and making stories up. And I changed my attitude about him entirely after that. Once I know somebody is fucking scum, I can't continue supporting them. I also did the same with Jacques Fresco. It's like back in 2008, I think, era, somewhere around there. I believed in the Venus Project. I thought the Venus Project was a great project. I worked in ecology and sustainability. And when I got into the upper echelon of the Venus Project, was interacting with the top people, I would ask questions about the technology, and they couldn't give me a good answer about any of it. I said, well, here's one of the things. I don't need to get into great detail about the tech, but point is I could tell they were just cultists. They were just parroting what Jacques Fresco had said, and then I figured out he doesn't have the tech that he claimed he had. It's all illusion. It's all image, and when you get new data, you can say, I was wrong about that person. I know I preached to you guys about that person. I was Trump this, Trump that. And I've shoved it down your throat for fucking 3 years. But I didn't realize these things about him. And now I do. And now I've changed my mind about him. He's not a cool guy. I'm not supporting him. It's not that difficult to do that. None of these people, I don't think any of these people even know him personally. Right? But they'll turn, like this family member will turn his back on family, right, to defend a stranger that's working against him.
Yeah.
And that's what we deal with today. And that's why
in most cases, you're not going to be close to that person. You're not going to have a personal relationship with that person, especially in politics. How many people of us really have a relationship unless we run in those circles? You're not going to have a firsthand knowledge of what might go on behind the curtain of these people's lives. Because
what did parents teach us about strangers?
There's politicians out there that are into some pretty grimy, slimy stuff.
All of
child pedophilia, all kinds of stuff.
100%, 100% of them. At the top, at least, maybe the local level, you got a mayor that means well once in a while in some towns and stuff like that. But that's rigged too. Local, state, federal, it's all fucking rigged. And here's another problem too. The law. People are always talking about, it's got to be illegal. This has got to be illegal. We got to ban that. That's got to blah, 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 blah. The law is only for the poor people because the rich people can pay their way out of it. It's not about whether they can get away with it or not. It's how much it will cost. And they factor that in the budget. They'll be like, we're going to poison these entire communities of thousands of people.
And more laws.
Let's estimate it's going to cost us about $5 billion in lawsuits. So let's put that $5 billion aside, and we'll make $15 billion off of that. So it's all good. There is no law. There is no security.
And more laws and more restrictions are not necessarily the answer, because that's a restriction on your liberties. Like a stop sign. Stop signs are good, and the majority agree stop signs are good, and it goes in, from bill process into law. Okay, so now you have to stop. That means now you can get a ticket. It restricts by consensus of people in most cases, or should work that way, your liberties. And now no longer can you run a stop sign without penalty.
Now, the
if
family
no one's
court can get away
around,
with
if no one's
family court can get
around,
away
yes,
with
you can
kidnapping
do
your
it, but it's
kids.
not lawful.
The family court has been getting away for decades of allowing people to kidnap children and hold them for ransom.
Don't I know it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's ruined my
I know
life.
that firsthand.
Me too.
Yeah, I know you do. Yeah.
It ruined me, dude. That's why my teeth are fucked. Living in poverty for all these years, homeless in cities, trying to find good opportunities. I'd moved to big cities, couldn't afford to live in them, but you got to go where the money's at. You got to try and get them opportunities, or what are you going to do? What am I going to do? Be like the other Ohioans and be in a trailer park and just drink myself to death eating pills? Fuck that.
Well, I know this. You and I are not going to play the victim, and it's going to be nowhere but up, because we're going to work hard at it, and we've got a good work ethic, and we're going to make the connections we need to make, and we're going to do the promotion that we need to promote. Right. And we're going to be, at the end of the day, called a success or a bust. We're not really in control of that, what people will think about us. But I've always been a striver of living a legacy, doing what I set out to do. And I'm dogged about that. I may have been sidelined for many, many years due to family issues and family responsibilities and life not taking me in the direction that, I thought it was going to. It might have been delayed, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen, and I'm just not going to get discouraged. I'm just going to keep on battling. Same. like you were talking about Rocky.
Mm-hmm. You have to commit. If you don't commit, why would anybody commit money to your projects if you're not going to commit to them? Right. Why would you even bother do anything if you're not going to commit to them? I see that a lot of these creators don't really commit. They don't believe in what they're doing fully. Yeah.
They're in for a fast buck or whatever, recognition or, Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I think a lot of them are playing. I think it's a hobby and it's a bucket case or
I can say this list about your projects and my projects. If they miss out on Gun Demon, if they miss out on Conan or anything you're working on, they're going to miss some good entertainment. And same thing with my properties. I think if they miss out on the Devil Flyer or they miss out on my next project, Silver Bowl, then you don't like comics. Mm-hmm. I mean, Glenn out of the UK, he's got that project, not only DVD, a hardback book to go, a book and a DVD with Jack Kirby in his own words, and he's barely got support for it. Anybody that likes comics and doesn't, Jack Kirby may not be your thing. Okay, I understand that. Jack Kirby's not everybody's thing, but you be hard to press to find anybody that's done more for comics than Jack Kirby.
True.
You always have to acknowledge he's in the room,
True. But you also have to look at it like this. People today, and especially this community and such, they want to support somebody who's there and alive.
Yeah.
That they want to support the future. Mm-hmm. And that's what backers are about. Backers aren't just normal customers. Normal customers just want to go to a store, pay a few bucks, get their book, go home. Whereas backers want to be a part of it happening. People like Shadowhawk, and those guys, Frog G, and you, and these different people backing people's books out there. You guys want to be a part of it. Yeah. Same with me. When I back stuff, I'm betting on that creator and their IP. I think this needs some support, and we're different from your normal customers.
Yeah.
But it's a more special thing. Yeah. It's a more special thing. Now, I'll tell you this. A lot of people are going to miss Gun Demon #1. I don't think a lot of them are going to miss #2, because once that book gets in people's hands,
not me,
and they read it, they read that book and the reviews start coming around and making the circles, they will want Gun Demon #2, because this is what people want out of superhero comic books. People who like the early 90s Image and all that stuff. This is what they want. And I did the R&D, and it's what I want.
Loves that stuff because he was on yesterday. He said it was either yesterday or the day before. He was saying for the first 3 years that Image was around, I got everything they published.
Same,
everything,
pretty much.
Yeah, he didn't miss
Just
a
about.
book.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unless it was some special convention, something that might have come out, or mail order thing. He got it all. You know, he was all in with the Image for like 3 years. That's a commitment because that's a commitment of a lot of cash.
Well, I'm committed to my Brain Cage characters like Gun Demon, Mecha Man, and all that. Regardless of how much money they do, I'm going to keep going. I'm going to establish them. It will happen. The Conan thing is like a bucket list. Like, it's our dream gig. And we're doing it for that and hoping also it'll bring people to Gun Demon. Yeah. Because Conan is a big IP. And
it is.
I believe that when people who even just like Conan a little bit, when they see what we're doing, I think they're going to jump on it because it's a fresh new take on Conan. Nobody's really done that. They've just done more of the same. They just do the same everybody does with Conan, is just throw him into an adventure real quick and he cuts his way through stuff, fucks the woman, and then that's the end, and that's fine too. But this is going to be an epic story that we're doing.
Did you see this one earlier? Now, I'm going to do a Conan book eventually.
Nice. You should.
This is a splash page to one of the Savage Sword of Conan, done by John Buscema.
Wow.
And this is what we showed on the show. Well, actually, I didn't show this piece on the show offs. This is one of the nicer ones I got. It's an actual splash page. But yeah, I'm gonna take pieces like this that I possess, and I'm gonna make a tabletop book if I possibly can. And I also want to do one on Jack Adler, who was the vice president of production over at DC Comics for so many years. And
I know you like his work a lot.
Huh? Jack Adler?
I know you like his work a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, he was over the archives at DC. He preserved what we have of production and original artwork, because that stuff was shredded and thrown away, you know, if Gil Kane didn't come in and steal it. By the way, on the show offs next week, we'll be covering Gil Kane, one of my favorites. I think he's the seminal. I've said it again and again and again. Nobody said, well, what about this artist, Rex? Well, what about this one? To me, he's the seminal cover artist for Marvel in the Bronze Age, you know, in the 70s. He did some awesome covers. I could show, and I will show that Thongor. If you can find a better designed cover, I want to see it. You know, he did some great DC stuff. He'll always be known for the Atom, for Green Lantern especially, and other things. But he will, I mean, those great Marvel covers in the Bronze Age. Gil Kane was just, you know, and he was influenced by Jack Kirby, by the dynamism, you know, of that Kirby coming out at you, you know. That was a game changer for a lot of artists. Kirby doesn't always, he didn't when he was alive, and after his death, he doesn't get enough credit.
He did better work with Stan.
Yeah.
When he needed that rider. When he stopped working with Stan, his stuff went goofy. It went retarded.
Yeah, he went over to DC, and it didn't last very long.
That's why I'm building Brain Cage. Yeah. I'll be real and I'll be blunt, and this will piss off some people maybe. Most of the artists are not writers. They're not editors. They're not even designers. They can't even design characters well. You know, that's why I hire specific artists to design my characters, because some are really great at character design. Most are good at like drawing something that they see already, you know, and you got to get the right people in the right positions for it to come out premium. And, you know, not really anybody, not most of the people out there don't have this kind of quality control process, you know, where there's an editor overseeing the story and changing it or co-writing it or doing any of this and that. The art is not being critiqued fully and and edited. And what's happening is you get what you get. And it's a shame because some of these indie books could be amazing. And instead of just okay or good, like they could be amazing if they went through this process. It's more work. It's more time consuming. It is. And if you have to hire artists, it's more money. I've hired artists to do additional things to a page, or hired them to do more work on the design. Once it's done, it's done. But until then, I'm still pumping money into it.
Yeah, dude, I've spent over, nearly $1,000, more than that. But I mean, at least 1,000. And I've got things lined up for the future. I've got stickers designed. I've got a patch design. I've got trading card art. I've got enough to do another book just on this black and white campaign. So anybody that backs that's going to get 2 separate books, hopefully, if I can get all the artwork, to me to be printed. And I think I can. I mean, I've already got the artwork. That's just basically what I've been doing in the interim, is commissioning artwork and getting it done and getting the artists started on their stories. I've also been, I like to thumbnail the story out and say, this is kind of what I want. Go over it with who's going to draw it finally. I just think cinematically, and if they can see it in pictures, I can put it in the dialogue later.
Well, something that John Howard and I worked on recently, and it really needed to be done much sooner, but I didn't. Money, man. It's all about money, having enough money to do stuff. But what we worked on was we had a meeting, and we went over Gunny's movements, how Gunny moves when he climbs, jumps, does melee attacks, shoots guns. How does he reload them using his tail? How does he hang from his tail? All this stuff. And John's sketching up. He sketched up all these different poses, the action poses. And so now every artist that works on Gun Demon, doing anything for Gun Demon, will know how Gunny moves and all of that. And so they will, even though our styles will be different, but you'll recognize Gunny's personality in the movements now. So that's something we needed done a long time ago. We just finally got that done.
With a couple of my characters, I had model sheets drawn up on them. Especially complex characters, you need that because with the first story of, didn't have that, and I had to go back and go, look, his gloves aren't straight across; they're diagonal. The consistency.
Well, Gunny's the only character out of my brain cage characters that I needed to do that with, because Gunny is alien. His body is different from ours, and so his movements will be as well. He has a prehensile tail that's very strong and armored. And so because of that, he uses the hell out of it. Sometimes he'll be walking, and instead of his right leg coming down and putting his weight on it, the tail will actually hold the weight mid-stride. Yeah. Other times he'll be walking, the tail will reach up, grab a fire escape, and you know what I mean? Hold him as he's walking past it. So it's always interacting with the environment.
In Gun Demon, we're going to see that used as a weapon, right?
Oh, God, yes. Right away.
Right, I mean, he could, if it's strong enough, he could, to support his weight and stuff like that, he could just straight to the heart, because
he can one shot.
It is like triangular right at the end, like an arrow.
It's got a barb. Yeah. It's got a barb on the end. It's very strong. Yeah. He can kill a human very easily with that tail alone, let alone his claws.
Kind of like Salamandroid, he could just whip around and take out a whole regiment. As big as he is.
Yeah. See, with Gunny can easily take a few humans at one time. And you see that in the first scene in the new script. You see that he does just that. Because here's what I'm doing. The new approach for the script is, instead of starting with the origin story in issue 1, I kick it right in now, this time with Gunny is known to the public as the Gun Demon. He's already fighting it out with the Victory Gang, which is a gang just fictional gang I created. And he's already, got that problem going on, and it's already established that he likes sushi. And so it's not, before I was having all of these things unravel in the story, and that's a good approach too. But I wanted more superhero action and less of the sort of drama kind of stuff, a lot of that stuff we can just skip, and you can just see that it's that way. You know what I mean? Like, you'll see when you read the sample, you'll see from the approach, I think it's the right approach, and I've got a really great feedback on that approach.
Good.
So
I'll read it and let you know. Yeah. I want to thank you again for coming on, and I think you've made this not just you, but made this the longest stream I've ever had.
I'm a big mouth. It's easy to do. If I've got someone to talk to, I can gibber, as long as they're interesting to talk to. I can talk to you for hours. A lot of people, maybe not so, but
there's
your good conversation, and Joe Sontag's good conversation, and there's some other guys I've talked to recently and did interviews of that just were great. I feel like I could have talked to Joe another 3 hours. There was Mark. What's Mark's last name? I always fuck his last name. It starts with Mulgrave. Mark Mulgrave was a really great conversation. We talked for hours when I interviewed him. Chibi Mike, God damn it, Long Shadow guy.
Long Shadow. Yeah, I interviewed him on
Mike's
Apex.
last name. How did I forget his fucking last? I'm so bad about that. He was a great conversation. We had a lot of fun. Could have probably talked another fucking 3 hours. If people who know what they're talking about, they understand the content, and the topic, I can talk forever, with them. Otherwise, if somebody doesn't really understand it, I'm carrying the conversation. I get bored fast, and I don't have anything to say.
There's people that I've been on streams with. They know one subject, and if it's not on that one subject, they're lost.
Yeah.
But if people may call me old, but I've had a bunch of life experiences. Same. I haven't had the worst life. I haven't had the best life.
Yeah.
But I'm somewhere in between, but I think most people are,
Yeah, at times I've had the worst life, and at times I've had the best life.
Yeah. I mean, I've had times where my refrigerator has been brimming over, and I've had nothing in my refrigerator for weeks. So
you got to go through that to be a writer, and that's why we don't have we barely got any writers in this era, dude. The risk taking thing. You want to talk about a risk? Move to from a small town to a big city at age 18 with $200 in your pocket, and just show up. That's what I did at New Orleans at age 18. I fucking went to goddamn New Orleans, the murder and police brutality capital of the U.S., and had $200 in my pocket. Was sleeping in my fucking station wagon for like the first.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was crazy, dude. But
what year was the station wagon?
I don't remember what year it was, to be honest. It was a late 70s station wagon. And that was in 92.
I always wanted a station wagon, as a kid, as a family car. We looked at one time, but we never got it. But I was always pushing for a station wagon. And then when I got my first vehicle, I really wanted a van so that I could have airbrushed on there, some scene. Which probably would have been superheroes or something, but I always wanted a van, and one of these days maybe I'll get one. I don't know.
Back in the day, I had late 80s. I had an RX-7, Mazda RX-7 that was really awesome, and I wanted to get it painted black and put the Punisher skull on the hood, but I just couldn't afford to get it done. I didn't end up getting it done.
Oh,
but that
if I had
awesome.
That done to my truck, it's black. It's the first truck I've owned. I had a 2-door Blazer. That was nice, but I said this time, if I have to bug out, I'm getting a truck this time. So I got a truck. Basically,
I think if you bug out with what's going on in the world right now, I think if you bug out, you're going to have to do it on foot. I don't think a vehicle's going to cut it.
Yeah, but I got a truck regardless. It doesn't get the best gas mileage, but I think it's already paid for itself moving stuff. Recently I had to move my mother closer to me across the street. She's just across the street, but in assisted living. I generally go visit her every day, since she's so close. But I've had to move her stuff. I've had to move a bunch of my stuff, and it's kind of been a blessing. Me wrecking that car was the best thing that happened, really. I was able to kind of upgrade. I got more out of the wreck, like almost not $9,500. Whereas if I traded it in, even though it had like 55,000 miles, 56, I would have only got about 4,000 trade in, because I've had the previous year, Impala, and they don't even make those anymore, although they're great drive. But they only gave me like 4,000 on trade in, last time. That was in 2012, the end of 2012, when I got that brand new.
Well, they have to come out well ahead of, any kind of trade in on profit. And
yeah,
because, some of the cars, probably a lot of the cars that get traded in won't even be able to be sold at that lot. They'll have to sell it to another, an outlet.
Yeah, my truck, they had to drive down from Missouri to get it down to me, because apparently that, they wanted a truck. I wanted the truck, and I didn't even get to pick the color. It was black. So, I mean, and that's fine with me. I don't know if I specified the color or not, but it worked out great.
My Kitty Ninja.
I've never had a black. I don't
think. A lot.
Huh?
My Kitty Ninja keeps coming up, hanging out, wanting attention.
Well,
it's
that's cool.
He does that when I stream. It's like he knows I'm in the middle of something or whatever.
Yeah. Eventually Abby will come in here and she'll be wanting to go out. So I see it's gotten dark on me, so I guess I better go let her out and make her happy.
That's my buddy right there.
There you go.
That's my
I appreciate it. Thank you, everybody that came in. I see we still have some viewers. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. You haven't. Check out the links that have been shared by Lorenzo and others. Here's Greg's channel again. Go subscribe to him. I'm going to make sure that I'm subscribed to him, because YouTube unsubscribed some people. I checked today. I lost a subscriber. But
it's
it goes
weird.
Up and down.
It does.
Yeah. So I appreciate you coming on, Greg, Lorenzo, Shadowhawk Backs, or Shadowhawk Talks. Now he even changed it in the chat on his last comment. He just had Shadowhawk, but now, yeah. Peace to you too, brother. Thanks for coming in.
Ryan.
And as always, keep collecting, keep watching.